Good morning, everyone, and welcome you early risers. Before we get into our pre-study here, I got a bit of a request. Colleagues, as you know, we're pretty close with the British and their, I guess you would call it their trade committee or their newfound trade committee, what they're going through with the Brexit and what they're trying to develop and what they're getting into with their own committee, I guess is, and they're very close to us and they visit us. So anyway, but they've reached out to me and they want to talk a little more through a video conference maybe. So I have a suggestion because it's very hard for us in the next couple of days to do this and time zones, but we can if you want me to reach out to them. I'm suggesting, of course, anybody from the committee is welcome to be in on that video conference, but maybe just myself and the vice chairs or whoever wants to be. So I'm going to try to pick a time in the next 2 days, and if it's good for you, we just do a video with them, and they know our situation. Our parliament's winding down, and they know the time difference. But so anyway, there's a request there. They want to just have a chat with us, and I was just thinking maybe we can have a half hour and see what they. I think they're just getting a feel on how our committee runs. I just and what we're doing with our trade agreements, and but if the clerk can just explain it a bit and.
They said that they would like to discuss issues of mutual interest, but particularly the role of your committee in scrutinizing Canadian trade agreements. This would be in the context of the committee deciding what role it would like to have in scrutinizing future UK trade negotiations with countries around the world.
To me, it's more of a. I just want to wrap this up. To me, it's more about reaching out to them. They might want to talk to the next parliament or whatever more so, but I think it's kind of saying, okay, I'm suggesting we just have a half hour video conference, a time would be good for them because they're 4 hours difference, is it? So, right? So are you okay with me just reaching out? If anybody can make it, and we'll just set something up and we'll just do a half hour and see what they want to say and we wish them well kind of thing. I don't know. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So
I'll check the feasibility of this.
maybe we could do like a Thursday morning or something just for a half hour. Does that sound right? So looking at their time, so if we had something like at 10:30 on Thursday, I'm just using a. Does that sound fine? I'm going to try 10:30, which would be 2:30 in England, I guess. So we'll give them an opening, and if it works, it works. And whoever wants to chime in, we'll go to a meeting room, I guess, somewhere, and away we go. Okay, sorry for the delay, and so we got a big morning ahead of us. Colleagues, we are going to divide this up into 3 segments. Try to do an hour and 15 minutes with each segment with a little break in between to get people switched over. For anybody listening out there, we're also, besides the witnesses that are coming forth today, anyone else, Canadians can and stakeholders can send in a brief. The maximum is 2,500 words, and it should come to the clerk of the committee, and the information is available on the committee's website. So, without further ado, welcome witnesses. Many of you have been here before. As you know, our topic is on Bill C-100, the new NAFTA, I guess you would call it. Usually 5 minutes per witness is fine, but if it goes over or under, that's fine too. We're not too strict here today, and then we'll just open it up with dialogue with the MPs. So without further ado, maybe we'll go right with the Business Council of Canada, and we have Mr. Kingston. Go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. Thanks for the invitation to be here today and take part in your consultations. As you know, the Business Council of Canada represents chief executives and entrepreneurs of 150 leading Canadian companies. Our members employ 1.7 million Canadians and are responsible for most of Canada's exports, corporate philanthropy, and private sector investments in R&D. It almost goes without saying that trade with the U.S. is critical to our prosperity. The Canadian economy depends on international trade, and the U.S. is by far our largest trade and investment partner. Trade of goods and services represents 64% of Canada's gross domestic product, with the U.S. the destination for over 75% of our goods exports alone last year. As a result, the Business Council strongly supports CUSMA, NAFTA 2.0, USMCA, whatever we want to call it, and calls for the swift passage of Bill C-100 for the following 4 reasons. Number one, it protects our market access. When these negotiations were first launched, we really had one overarching recommendation to government, and that was do no harm. To avoid damaging employment, trade, and investment, Canadian, American, and Mexican businesses needed to retain their preferential market access and commercial opportunities in each country. By this measure, CUSMA is an overwhelming success. The resulting agreement is based upon reciprocal access and treatment, and no Canadian company will face new tariffs or other market access barriers into the North American market. Second reason is the ability of this agreement to remove uncertainty from the economy. The ratification of CUSMA eliminates significant trade uncertainty, which has persisted since these negotiations were launched. According to the Bank of Canada's recent monetary policy report, trade uncertainty is assumed to be reducing the level of business investment in Canada by around 2.5% by 2021. Given that the U.S. remains a key market for Canadian firms planning to invest abroad, 65% of those recently surveyed by EDC, we believe that reducing uncertainty in the relationship will be a significant boost for investment and the Canadian economy more broadly. Third, the agreement modernizes NAFTA. CUSMA will improve the trade relationship by modernizing long outdated elements of NAFTA. The agreement is based on the text of the TPP, which is our most modern free trade agreement. For example, it contains a chapter on digital trade that prohibits customs duties and other discriminatory measures from being applied to digital products, and it also ensures that data can be transferred freely across borders. So just one example of one of the modern new chapters that was not in the original NAFTA. And fourth, we believe the agreement will enhance North American competitiveness. It includes important new provisions that will help Canada, the U.S., and Mexico develop a more productive and mutually beneficial trilateral relationship. Just two examples, there are chapters on competitiveness specifically, and as well a chapter on good regulatory practices that establish committees meant to promote economic growth and strengthen regulatory cooperation. So we're calling on the government to develop a robust agenda for these committees and start preparing immediately so that when this agreement does come into force, we're ready to make progress in those areas. Before I conclude, I just want to comment on timing. Last week, a group of CEOs from the U.S., Canada, and Mexico were in Washington to discuss CUSMA USMCA, meet with House Democrats, and basically get a sense of how this is moving through Congress. And the message was very clear. The window for ratification is closing extremely quickly. And once we get into the presidential elections of 2020, all bets are off, quite frankly. So business leaders across North America support the swift ratification of this agreement to keep North America tariff-free, make the economy more vibrant and competitive, drive investment, and support the creation of high-value jobs. We're expecting Mexico's Senate to approve the trade agreement this week, and we believe if Canada passes Bill C-100, it will send a strong signal to Congress that this agreement has support and should be ratified. So with that, thank you for the opportunity, and I look forward to any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kingston. We're going to go over to the Canadian Vintners Association. We got the CEO, Mr. Paskowski. Welcome again to our committee, and thanks for coming on short notice. And go ahead, you got the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for this opportunity to address the Committee on the Canadian wine industry's perspectives on the new NAFTA agreement, also known as CUSMA. Modernization or renegotiation of NAFTA was an unprecedented trade experience. Not only did Canada face a WTO challenge focused on U.S. wine access to BC Grocery, but the U.S. wine industry used this trade process to seek changes to almost every element of the original NAFTA, which could have been disastrous for the future of more than 700 wineries across Canada. As a nation, Canada is not only the world's 5th largest wine importer by value and 8th by volume, but ranks among the most attractive wine sales markets in the world. With a growing wine culture across Canada and the climate and soil in different parts of the country capable of producing world-class wines, the 2006 excise exemption, established for 100% Canadian wines, has stimulated investment for more than 400 new wineries over the past decade. Further, it has supported the significant demand for Canadian-grown grapes, which has increased premium 100% Canadian wine production by 28 million litres per year. In 2018, this new and growing production contributed an additional $3.1 billion in annual economic impact to the Canadian economy while supporting 37,000 jobs. The NAFTA demands put forward by the U.S. wine industry was a David and Goliath scenario. With our future at stake, the CVA maintained almost daily contact with the wine negotiating team at Global Affairs, providing every statistical detail and intelligence we could find while attending every round of negotiations to make sure our issues remained a top government priority. It was vital to get the record straight. By any metric, NAFTA has been a windfall for the U.S. wine industry, making it the #1 wine importer to Canada, surpassing France and Italy, with import value increasing from $19 million in 1988 to $504 million in 2018. As many of you will know, the changes implemented in the 1988 Canada-U.S. Free Trade Agreement were so significant that many did not think that the Canadian wine industry would survive. To compete, we identified new grape varietals, replanted, invested in new technology and techniques, undertook viticultural research, created the VQA system, and today our premium wines represent a 10% market sales share across Canada with a growing reputation in key markets around the world. Given these significant changes, which we have endured over the past 30 years, NAFTA has been less advantageous for our sector, with bottled wine export growth to the U.S. increasing by a mere $8.2 million or 25,000 cases. Nonetheless, the U.S. remains a key export market, and we do see potential for growth. It's important to note that with imports owning 70% of the wine sales market in Canada, we continue to place the majority of our focus on growing wine sales at home. While we supported and welcomed free and fair trade with the U.S. and Mexico in the renegotiation, our key focus was to protect what was in the existing NAFTA while enhancing regulatory streamlining and modernization. This task was accomplished. CUSMA did not remove the benefits which were part of the original agreement dating back to 1988 and added the most comprehensive wine annex of any trade agreement negotiated anywhere in the world. We are happy with the wine-related text in CUSMA and would support its ratification in lockstep with the United States and Mexico. Having said this, it's important to remind all members of this committee that with CETA and CPTPP ratified and NAFTA renegotiated, 91% of wine imports into Canada now enter tariff-free. This is a major preoccupation for every wine producer in Canada, given that imports have captured roughly 75% of total wine sales growth in our country over the past decade. To take advantage of CUSMA, CETA, CPTPP, and future trade agreements, we must support and protect the growth of Canadian wine sales both at home and abroad. For example, as of January 1st, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency requires Canadian wineries to implement a prevention control plan to access a certificate of free sale to export our wines, a major and costly undertaking for small and medium-sized wineries for a low-risk food product. The proposed amendments to the Product of Canada label claim will require 85% Canadian content, yet we accept the 75% threshold for Product of USA. For more than a decade, Canada has permitted EU, US, and other World Wine Trade Group country wines to enter Canada using additives and processing aids not permitted for use by Canadian wineries. Canada must accept the scientific evidence from these countries to fast-track approval to ensure Canadian wineries have access to the same winemaking toolkit. Agri-food marketing program funding in Canada is restricted to export promotion, but cannot be used for domestic promotion where Canadian wineries face our largest competition. And Prohibition-era restrictions remain in 7 of 10 provinces, which restrict direct-to-consumer wine delivery across provincial borders. These issues must be addressed in the short term to ensure we can take full advantage of CUSMA. In addition, it's absolutely critical that the government focus immediately on resolving Australia's WTO challenge against Canadian wine measures. With the WTO dispute settlement panel well underway, a negative outcome would risk not only the benefits negotiated under CUSMA, but place at risk 700 wineries from coast to coast, threatening jobs and investment in the future of Canada's highest value-added agricultural industry. Numerous times, the Australian government has publicly stated that it's open to finding a non-WTO resolution with Canada. The Australian wine industry has informed me that a resolution is possible if Canada offered to remove the legislated annual inflation indexation of the wine excise duty implemented in Budget 2017. The Australian government has also alluded to its disappointment with legislated indexation in its recent WTO submission. What is clear is that the offer to repeal would likely end the WTO challenge. This would not stop the federal government from making future adjustments to the excise duty. It would simply return any decision on future excise duty increases to a vote in Parliament as part of the Budget Implementation Act process. In conclusion, we fully support the passage of Bill C-100 and the ratification of CUSMA. However, if the Government of Canada does not offer to repeal the legislated annual excise duty indexation as part of a non-WTO negotiated settlement, we fear that the Canadian wine industry will lose not only the benefits we earned in CUSMA, but additional federal and provincial measures, which would place thousands of jobs and hundreds of wineries in every region of this country at risk. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, sir. We're going to go over to the Canadian manufacturers and exporters. We get the Vice President, Matthew Wilson. Welcome, sir, and thanks for coming on short notice, and you got the floor.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me here on behalf of Canada's 90,000 manufacturers and exporters and our association's 2,500 direct members to support the ratification of C-100 and the Canada-U.S.-Mexico trade agreement. Before I begin, I would like to thank the efforts of the Prime Minister, Minister Freeland, the Chief Negotiator, and all of their staff for negotiating the CUSMA. Being part of the process, we understand how difficult these negotiations were and also how critical the outcomes were for Canadian businesses and all their employees. The importance on the manufacturing sector is responsible for more than 2/3 of Canada's exports. It is how the sector competes against the rest of the world at home and in foreign markets. It is critical to our future and current success. As such, CME fully supports the ratification of this legislation and urges the government to ratify the deal as soon as practical. The primary reason for immediate ratification is based on the opening statement. It is the foundation for modern manufacturing in Canada. CUSMA preserves the integrated manufacturing operations that allows the relative free flow of goods and services between our three markets to collectively build products for sale domestically and internationally. Going into negotiations, our members made it clear that the primary objectives must be to do no harm to this integrated manufacturing economy, which has happened. We believe CUSMA preserves many of the key elements of the original NAFTA, which were targets of the U.S. for elimination, not the least of which are the dispute settlement mechanisms and the business traveler visa exemptions. Aside from preservation, CUSMA updates several key areas of NAFTA to bring it into the 21st century. For example, the new digital trade chapter recognizes that the internet now exists, something the old agreement obviously didn't, and establishes a framework for e-commerce within North America. The Customs Administration Trade Facilitation chapter will also go a long ways to modernizing customs procedures throughout North America, better enabling the free flow of goods. And lastly, Chapter 26, something my colleague touched on, the new competitiveness chapter, which has not garnered much media attention, but is in our estimation one of the biggest accomplishments at CUSMA. It will set up a framework to allow the three countries to become a coordinated trade bloc. It will do this by promoting better coordination and integration of our manufacturing industries so that we can tackle global trade challenges together. This is a significant accomplishment. And as CUSMA courses its way through each of the three countries' domestic ratification processes, we believe we should immediately get to work on implementing parts of the agreement that do not require legal changes. We should be looking to make early progress by establishing committees for North American competitiveness and good regulatory practices outlined in the agreement. This would show Canadian leadership, signal to our other partners that we take CUSMA seriously, and enable us to hit the ground running once all three countries ratify the agreement. In the final analysis, CUSMA is a good deal for Canada, and given the very challenging negotiations, an impressive achievement. And now that the unfair and punishing 232 tariffs on Canadian steel and aluminum have been lifted, we urge the government to move forward with ratification as quickly as practical. Thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
Sir, and we're going to go over to the egg producers, and I have to confess, my first job was picking eggs. Then I got promoted to sweeping floors, and then candling eggs, and then debeaking. So anyway, maybe that's what I'm going to go back to in a year's time.
It's always good to go
learn
back to
quick.
It's always
But
good
anyway.
to go back to your roots, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, egg producers, for coming on a short notice, and you got all the time you want here this morning. So go ahead, you got the floor.
All right, I like that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for having us here today. My name is Roger Pelissaro. I'm a third-generation egg farmer from St. Anne's, Ontario, and joining me today is Judy Bundrack, who is our Director of International Trade Policy. Egg Farmers of Canada is here to share our perspectives towards a possible ratification and implementation of the new North America Free Trade Agreement, NAFTA, known here in Canada as CUSMA. I refuse to refer to it as the way the Americans, because it's always Canada first, the U.S. and Mexico. That's the way the countries line up, and so CUSMA it always should be. Egg Farmers of Canada manages the national egg supply and promotes egg consumption while representing the interests of regulated producers from coast to coast. There are over 1,000 family farms in this country, located in every province and in the Northwest Territories, who are dedicated to producing fresh, local eggs. In fact, surveys conducted by Canada's top polling firms confirmed that over 88% of Canadians say it's important that they purchase eggs that come from Canadian farms, and Canadians say that they trust the quality standards of foods from our Canadian farms by 89%. We understand the importance of trade agreements for Canada. Our sector has never opposed that Canada enter into such free trade agreements. However, our members are disappointed with the outcome of the recent CUSMA agreement. Canadian egg farms are particularly discouraged with the access granted to our U.S. counterparts, since no specific request was made by the U.S. egg farmers for additional market access for eggs into Canada. In fact, they sent a letter to a United States Trade Representative indicating they were happy with the status quo and the current NAFTA agreement. While Canada's supply management system remains in place, CUSMA further opens up our domestic market to egg imports. This will have a lasting impact, particularly on our young farmers who are making a start in the industry and on the vast majority of Canadian consumers who prefer to purchase Canadian eggs. Our primary concern is the increased market access for eggs. The final CUSMA agreement grants the addition of 11.05 million dozen eggs per year at the end of 16-year implementation to the United States. These concessions, which are in addition to the requirements under the World Trade Organization and the recently announced Comprehensive and Progressive Agreement for Trans-Pacific Partnership, mean the total of 51.4 million dozen eggs will come into our country from the U.S. and other parts of the world. And let's not kid ourselves, it'll be the U.S. because it's very hard to transport eggs. They're a fragile product. The combined impact granted in these trades is equivalent to 7% of our current domestic production, which represent the entire annual production from the Atlantic provinces in Canada. So it would be all of New Brunswick, all of Prince Edward Island, all of Nova Scotia, Mr. Chair, and Newfoundland, each and every year. And it means that the capital consumption of eggs of 2.5 million Canadians forever would not be able to have access to Canadian eggs. This outcome will affect generations of Canadians and result in billions of eggs that my fellow farmers and our children will never be able to produce. It will also affect the health and continued viability of our rural communities across Canada who rely on our farms for much needed jobs and support other businesses in the community. Most recently, we were pleased to see the federal budget included measures for Canadian poultry, eggs, and dairy farms. With the announcement, the government has taken significant steps to recognize the challenges that our farmers face as a result of trade agreements. These measures also recognize the vital contributions the supply and management farming sector to the health and stability of Canada's rural communities. Over the past few months, I was engaged in dialogue with the Poultry Working Group along with my poultry colleagues, and we are very much looking forward to Minister Bourbeau's report outlining the mitigation measures for CPTPP agreement in the coming weeks. Looking ahead, we are also pleased with the government's commitment to engage in further discussion to address the impact of CUSMA on Canadian farms and our industry. While the process to finalize the CUSMA legislation continues here in Canada and the U.S. and Mexico work towards ratification, it is important to note that how trade agreements are implemented domestically is just as important as the agreements themselves. In the case of eggs, the administration of the tariff rate quota, the TRQs, must not disrupt the existing competitive landscape and investments in the Canadian egg industry. We're particularly concerned about the provision specific to eggs that states 30% of the import licenses for shell eggs will be made available to new importers. This provision was not included in the CUSMA agreement for any other supply management commodity. In our view, the TRQ should exclusively be allocated to those who are negatively impacted by opening of the Canadian egg market to foreign producers. So in closing, we would like to point out that we are following the WTO activities as well as the Canada-Mercosur Free Trade Agreement closely. We anticipate these talks will continue to intensify throughout the year, and it would be our intention to remind our government that Canada's system of supply management and the food security of our communities should not and cannot once again be used as a bargaining chip in the negotiations. This goes beyond supporting supply management. It's time for our Canadian government to start defending the system that delivers so many benefits to our farmers, communities, and rural communities and fellow Canadians. Because in the end, it's not just the stability of our farms that's at stake, but also the ability of our rural communities to thrive. I thank you for the opportunity to bring our views here today and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, sir, and let's get cracking. Let's have dialogue with the MPs here this morning. So it looks like we got time for 2 rounds. If everybody keeps it within their 5 minutes, we should be able to do this. So keep your questions short, and maybe the witnesses can keep your answers half short, so everybody can get some good dialogue back and forth. So without further ado, we're starting off with the Conservatives. You have Mr. Allison. You got the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to our witnesses, thanks, as our chair mentioned, coming such short notice. I have 3 questions. I have a lot more, but maybe I'll get 3 questions in. To Mr. Wilson, Mr. Kingston, just give me your thoughts. I mean, you guys talked about being in the States recently. Where do you guys feel the Democrats are at then after having those conversations? I mean, the sense we get in reading the papers that they're nowhere close. So we appreciate the importance of getting this thing ratified, but the challenge is it doesn't appear like they're anywhere near. I mean, what arguments could be made to say the Democrats want to give Trump a victory on this thing? Any thoughts on that based on your conversations with Democrats?
Yeah, thank you. We met with a number of House Democrats, particularly those on the Ways and Means Committee, who are looking at this right now. And I was surprised, frankly, with the encouraging messaging. They seem to be genuinely trying to, as Speaker Pelosi has said, get to yes. And when we were there, of course, the Speaker announced the 4 working groups looking at labor, environment, enforcement, and IP. So it strikes me that the measures and the efforts that they're putting into this are genuine. They truly do want to approve this deal, but they have to find ways to address some of those outstanding issues. And importantly, labor has not come out and endorsed it, despite the president saying it a few times that they have. The AFL-CIO has not endorsed fully. So I think the wheels are in motion to approve it. Where I'm worried is on the amount of technical work that needs to be done between now and July 26th, when the August recess starts. I mean, there is a lot of work to be done. And I think even if they really want to get to a yes, it's going to be difficult to get it done in that time frame. So if they miss that, then the next window is in the fall, and I think there's a real chance. So I'm still very much an optimist. I would not rule out it being done before August, but I think more realistically, it may happen early fall.
Okay, and I get it. I mean, they're saying they'll get there, but they want to see changes, and so that's the challenge. Us getting too far ahead of this thing is what changes they want. I could ask more questions on that, but I gotta get to the eggs and the wine. So, Mr. Pallisaro, just to recap though, you talked about an additional 11 million dozen eggs access and 51 million under WTO. So, do we get reciprocal access to the U.S. based on that? So
we do ship some egg product to the U.S., but under supply management, we basically focus on the domestic market. When you're competing against the average size farm in the U.S., where you have 50 farmers that own basically 330 million birds, you're competing against a farm right now that has maybe 25 million hens. Here in Canada, the average size egg farm is 25,000 birds. So it's a vast majority of scale difference. But we will look at some of those things because of trade agreements that aren't in the tariff lines, and look forward to possibly shipping some product to the U.S.
okay, good. And so only have 2 minutes left. Time goes by too quickly. Mr. Burkowski, just thoughts on I understand you guys are saying you support CUSMA in terms of how it is. The challenge you have is around WTO challenge right now with Australia. We've seen, as you said, over 400 wineries grow in the last decade or so since we had a chance to look at VQA being excise free. So just talk to us about the concern. I mean, this is a legitimate concern about what may happen under WTO in terms of our wine market. Explain that one more time.
Well, I think that the concern that we have with the WTO challenge is that they've come after us on a number of different measures, both federal and provincial. But they've clearly stated to us that there are 3 measures that are of significance to them. Number 1, which is getting access to grocery in British Columbia. And British Columbia has now offered them a letter that will take place, which follows along suit the side letter that was in CUSMA. The second piece would be access to grocery in Ontario, and as all of you know, that the Ontario government is amending its liquor system, and that they will provide access for wine and beer sales in grocery and convenience stores. So we're currently awaiting for the Ontario government to provide that a side letter to Australia, and we anticipate that will be coming soon. The third part of the equation, which the Australian industry have told us, is that if the federal government repealed simply its legislated portion of the excise exemption, that they would drop the WTO challenge in its entirety. And that's critical to us to have that drop, because there's a lot of risk going through a panel process, which could devastate the industry. And as I said, all of the things that we have protected in CUSMA would be lost if we were to lose a WTO panel. So it's a significant risk for us, and we're hopeful that the federal government will take our advice and offer that to Prime Minister Morrison when Prime Minister Trudeau meets with him at the G20 meeting at the end of this month, and that would bring this panel to an end.
Thank you, sir. And that wraps up your time, Mr. Allison. We're going to go to Liberals, and Ms. Ludwig, you get the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to all the witnesses that are here today. Mr. Wilson, as you well know, my riding is New Brunswick Southwest and bordering on the state of Maine. I'm wondering if you could speak directly to the impact and the opportunities and maybe challenges that the ratification of TPP, CETA, and soon to be CUSMA would help out Atlantic Canada. Thank you.
Well, look, I think, in your riding, companies like Irving, for example, are pretty significant employers. They don't just operate, obviously, just in New Brunswick. They have massive operations across New England and in the border states. They move products back and forth constantly, whether it's timber coming into processing plants in New Brunswick to make paper towels, or timber going back into the United States to make other products, plus a wide range of different consumer products that they're making. And so anything that can modernize and streamline those operations to even reduce a fraction of a percentage out of the movement of each one of those goods across the border, you're talking about thousands of trucks a month that are crossing the border just for one company alone. If you can remove even a fraction of those costs for them, it's a significant cost savings, which gets passed on to the consumer and allows the companies to invest more in their operations in Canada and the United States. So that will be hugely important. And I think a lot of people look at, we have to go to Europe and we have to go to Asia, and certainly, trade diversification is really important. But for most Canadian companies, look at right across the country, a lot of small companies, very few of them even export. Only about 5 to 10% of Canadian companies export. And so while it's great to look at markets like China and Europe and CTPP, I'll get that acronym one of these days. Those are great markets, but in the U.S. is the best market to go to. It's the wealthiest market in the world. It's right next to us and is in your riding within a couple of footsteps across a bridge, which I've crossed several times. And so I think we can't forget about the importance of that market. And so I think as part of this agreement and what we're trying to do, and similar to what some of the other witnesses here said, is this isn't just about building on allowing the Irvings and companies like that to do more business. It should be about how do we help more SMEs get into the U.S. market. And that's why things like the SME business chapter and the growth chapter that are in the new CUSMA can help those companies, whether it's an Irving or whether it's a small chocolate factory that's right on the border with Maine. So,
and just adding to that, Mr. Wilson, we've certainly, before this committee, we've studied the small to medium-sized enterprises, how to make trade real for them, but also how they can take advantage of that. When we were in Washington with the steel and aluminum tariffs, one of the messages that definitely resonated with me was one of the members of Congress said, with President Trump, his sensitivity is similar to our egg farmers, is leaving people behind. And so anytime we can pull people forward, I think that's an important element. And you had mentioned about the business traveler visa. And if any one of you would like to speak on that as well, I mean, how does the reduction in red tape for the business traveler, considering how integrated our market is in North America, what are the benefits of that?
I'm happy to talk about this. I was the one who raised it, but here's an example that I've heard from companies in the past. A repair person coming across the border, you buy machinery and equipment. And that repair person, you buy it from an American supplier, for example, and they're typically regional specialties. And so they'll travel back and forth to fix a piece of machinery. That person gets to the border with tools and equipment and often gets stopped at the border because they're carrying goods into the country, and that's coming into Canada or going in the United States. And so the simpler we can make that and the more clear we can make it to border officers that this is supporting integrated trade, it's supporting jobs on both sides of the border. This isn't stealing someone's job, it's actually supporting jobs, the better off we are. And so the current agreement that they tried to remove, I think, in early on in negotiations. If they would have removed those, people like us would have had to get, going down from meetings in Washington, the meetings that Brian was in last week, he would have had to get a visa to go in the United States, which many other countries have to do. Just think of the millions of people that cross the border almost on a daily basis, do that type of work. The border would have been so congested. So it wouldn't have just been for business travelers like us going down. It would have been the repair people, but it also would have been the goods that would have been stuck behind all those people as well. So the cost of eliminating that type of a visa would have been massive on our economy and felt right across all sectors.
Great, thank you. And to our egg farmers, you had mentioned, it's very short, 88% of Canadians would like to buy from Canadian farmers. What is the value of actually having a maple leaf on Canadian eggs? So when I go to the grocery store, I know it's from Canada.
Yeah, it is quite valuable. I mean, on social media, when there's times of imports coming in and consumers are eating more and more eggs all the time, and they'll take a picture and they'll show the Canadian flag, and then American eggs, when they come in, it says product of USA on it. And it's like, I really wish I didn't have to buy product of US eggs today, but I still need some eggs to cook with or bake with. And so the value is, we can't put a dollar amount on it, but Canadians really want Canadian eggs. That's the overwhelming.
Thank you. And we're going to move over to the NDP now. Ms. Ramsey, you got the floor for 5.
Thank you so much, and thank you to our witnesses. It's a diverse panel, and it's nice to see different interests being represented, because there are certainly different sides to the CUSMA in the way that Canadians are feeling about it. I will start with the egg farmers, and if I understand you correctly, you said the amount of market that's going to be open would represent the entire annual egg production from the Atlantic provinces.
That is correct.
Wow. So that would be the elimination of all egg production essentially in 4 of our provinces, which is quite stunning.
Mr. Chairman wouldn't have a job to go back to.
And people in rural ridings like mine wouldn't have farms to go back to, and those farms that support the local economies would suffer as well. And small towns like the ones I represent, will be hard hit both by the vintners. I have vintners in my riding as well. Yep. So I want to talk to you a little bit about what you talked about, the TRQ. So this provision now that has been included in the agreement for eggs that says that 30% of the import licenses for shell egg imports will be made available to new importers. And I know this was a big issue previously under the cheese quota in the CETA. And I wonder if you can speak to the importance of that coming to actual egg farmers and those that are being impacted versus being dispersed across kind of retailers and everyone else in that space.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm going to pass that question over to my Director of International Trade. She is far more versed on it than me.
Yeah. So as Roger was mentioning earlier, the way in which trade agreements are implemented are almost as important as the wording in the agreements themselves. We were a little bit surprised to see the 30% provision, especially because it was we were the only commodity that actually had that provision included. When we explored further with the negotiators what sort of was behind that, it really was the U.S. actually indicating that they wanted to have more access to to eggs in Canada. Interesting because, of course, as Roger also mentioned, we have a very good relationship with the United Egg Producers in the U.S., and they have indicated that they're happy with the status quo. And as Roger mentioned, they did send a letter to the USTR asking for status quo. I think really the concern with regards to the 30% is that that 30% really should go to those that are being impacted by the trade agreement, so graders or processors. If it were to go to a retailer, ultimately it would mean more U.S. eggs on Canadian grocery shelves. It would further perpetuate the problem or the issue that Roger was also talking about. And as he said, we know that Canadians want Canadian eggs, and therefore allocating that 30% to a retailer would perpetuate the issue. It also has an increased cost on Canadian egg farmers. If the eggs go directly onto the shelf, it displaces eggs that would go onto the shelf from a Canadian perspective. It's far better to have those eggs directed to processing. And that is actually, there's wording in the agreement that says that the import should be directed primarily to processing.
One of the other things that's concerning around the supply management is this kind of regulatory oversight that the U.S. is seeking and has achieved in dairy. And I'm wondering if the same is true in terms of your egg producers. And really, this is woven throughout this chapter 28 when they're talking about the regulatory cooperation. The fear is now that not just corporations, but the U.S. will have a say over any changes that could be made to our supply managed system. Have you looked at that in more detail, and is that a concern of yours that if Canada tries to change our system or look at our system differently, that the U.S. will then have the oversight to be able to change that?
So at this point in time, there were no attempts made at taking a look at how the egg industry works in Canada from the U.S. We understand the concern from our dairy farmer colleagues, obviously. We're following it very closely for the reasons that you pointed out, that it could have some downstream impacts on how the U.S. feels they can go about looking at either our system of supply management or really any other domestic tool that we use that really isn't actually any of their business.
Right. Which speaks to our sovereignty, and which is, what we've been hearing from farmers is the concern around the sovereignty and our ability to manage our supply managed system. So my next question is to the vintners and to Dan. You've painted a picture here of a lot of losses that we incurred in signing the original NAFTA in vintners, right? The amount of imports now that come in, the percentage of those imports.
You have to get the question in.
That went
Maybe
super
Dan can
fast.
answer really quick.
Then I will just turn it over to you and allow you to talk about the importance of dropping this escalator and supporting our vintners.
I think it's absolutely critical. It's the foundation of the entire Canadian wine industry as it stands today. If Australia tells us that they will drop the panel process if we simply drop the legislative portion of increasing excise duties every year, Canadian wine industry will survive. If we allow the WTO panel process to go through, we have no idea what we'll look like at the end of that process. All we do know is that the measures that are currently protected under CUSMA will be at risk, and at the discretion of whatever the panel decides to do, and they will rule. Interim report in February, final report in March or April. So there's a lot of risk, and there's a lot of Canadian vintners right now that are not investing in their industry. It's a wait and see approach. We could see hundreds of wineries go out of business.
Thank you, sir. We're going to move over to Mr. Fonseca. Go ahead, sir. You got the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, we commenced this meeting by talking about how the UK is looking to engage with us and around what they're doing with trade. And I believe the reason for the engagement, and they've been here a number of times, is that what they've seen, through the Canadian lens is the way that we've negotiated these trade agreements. So we have to kind of look back to the point where even prior to President Trump becoming the president, talking about ripping up these trade agreements. One of the first things he did was rip up TPP as soon as he came into office, and the approach that we've taken here in Canada has been a Team Canada approach. So I want to thank all of the stakeholders that are with us today, all the witnesses for being part of that team. And I'm going to throw it up. I'm going to start with Brian. I'm going to ask you, the approach that we've taken over these number of years to get us to this point, to stop the president from ripping up the NAFTA. Can you tell us what you see in the success in that, and is that something that we should continue with?
I think the approach that's been taken by government over the past few years has been very positive. This has been a wild ride, to say the least. Nobody expected that we would have this NAFTA threat, and the way it's been dealt with has been fantastic. And I have to say thanks to Steve Rahul, our chief negotiator, for taking a really inclusive approach, consulting widely with Canadians, and keeping people, a very transparent process throughout. But on top of that, the diversification efforts that successive governments have been initiating in Canada are absolutely critical. I mean, we are arguably the best platform in the world now to export from. We have access into Europe. We have access into Japan, plus the NAFTA 2.0. So it truly is a success, the Canadian trade agenda. Now it's up to business, frankly, to take advantage of these deals and make them work.
Thank you. And you look at the whole political spectrum. Like I have a quote here from Brian Mulroney, and saying, I commend all from the Prime Minister down who contributed to writing this vital new chapter in the ongoing drive for greater Canadian strength and prosperity. And I could take that from the Liberal side and, Labour, etc. They have all spoken favorably about the approach we took and where we've come to and the deal that we've been able to reach. So I also want to go back to Mr. Kingston, and you talked about the uncertainty and that it was reducing business investment by about 2.5%. Can you dig a little deeper into that number and explain that to us?
Yeah, sure. So that's a Bank of Canada. That's just a projection from their macro model. But we have numerous examples from member companies that throughout this process were thinking of doing things, for example, upgrading a manufacturing line, and decided maybe I'll hold off until there's some more certainty in these negotiations because the product that I produce, 90% of it goes to the U.S. And if suddenly we're facing tariffs, maybe this is not the place to be exporting from. So examples like that across sectors where companies were just holding back on some of their investment plans to see how this all panned out. So we're hoping that with this agreement ratified in all three countries, you'll see this unleashing of investment as companies now have the certainty to go ahead and kind of essentially go back to business as usual.
Yeah, so that just highlights how important this is, and that we need to really get this done. The economy here has been doing what we know of 40+ year unemployment rate is the lowest ever. The amount of jobs that have been created, over 1 million jobs over the last 3.5 years. And I want to go to Mr. Wilson. If you could say, with the manufacturing sector, maybe you can share with us some of the numbers that you've experienced, and then putting onto that 2.5% that you may get a lift from CUSMA, what would that mean?
Sure. First off, I'd just say, and we were talking a little bit before the committee started, that last year was a record year for output for manufacturing in the country and for value-added exports, which is great news. But as we discussed, the challenge is we're still not clicking on all cylinders. We're behind what the U.S. is doing, for example. And a lot of that does come down to investment. We've seen a significant lag in investment in this country over the last number of years, and tends to be economic growth follows investment. And so measures in the fall economic statement were critical. For example, the ACCA measures, we saw an immediate kick in investment in Canadian manufacturing as soon as that was introduced, which we saw in previous governments when it was introduced as well. And those are critical. I'm optimistic that the elimination of steel and aluminum tariffs will actually go a long ways to settling some of the uncertainty. That's maybe even bigger than ending the ratification of the Bill 100 and CUSMA overall between the three countries. That was a significant drag. And that was obviously a critical step to even get us here today. So, again, commending the negotiators and the team inside the government who got rid of that, because that was the critical step, I think, that was weighing things down. And from an employment perspective, things are great, but that's actually the biggest problem we have, is a lack of skilled labor in this country and skills leveling all levels of a company. If we don't start solving some of the skills gaps that we've got, that investment is going to dry up entirely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fonseca. And that wraps up the first round, and we're going to go to Mr. Duran. He's welcome. Welcome to our committee, a member from Glengarry, Prescott Russell. I had the honor to go to your riding and visit the happy cows that your dairy farmers have.
And the eggs.
They had this back scratcher there at one of his dairy farms where the cows would go in and get their back scratched. And we went to an egg farm there, very modern, the bigger pens they have for the chickens. So anyway, you got quite the riding there, sir. So welcome to our committee, and you got the floor. 5 minutes.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Évidemment, je suis pas un membre régulier de...
Thank you very much. I'm not a regular member of the committee, and the reason I'm here is precisely for Zone 10 to underscore the Bourdon family and other families playing a significant role in my riding.
In Canada, I think, it's been, over the past 10 years, it's been stressful time for farmers in the supply managed sector. I think we would be misleading Canadians if we wouldn't say this. And the first question I want to ask you is just the market outlook for egg farmers in Canada. Does it look good right now in terms of growth, the growth sector in Canada?
Yeah, our market outlook is strong. We've actually seen phenomenal growth in eggs. We have more Canadians eating more eggs than ever before. But that doesn't offset what was
Yeah.
given away in the trade agreement. And so farmers are investing more, right? Which means buying more supplies, buying more items at your local hardware store, employing more people. In fact, basically, we have about 17,600 jobs across Canada that are supported by egg farming in Canada, which contributes $1.37 billion annually to our GDP. So, you know, our growth outlook is good. And actually, our average egg farmer is getting much younger, not gray hair like me, and I'm looking more like you.
I've
And
met
the
some of
average
those
age
young.
is getting below 40. So it's great for the next generations to come back to the farm.
The you've talked about in your opening statement about the importance of managing the TRQs and Ms. Bundrack, you've also touched about the difference on the importance of eggs going to processors versus eggs going to table, and I've heard this from one of your former chairmen, Mr. Laurent Souligny. He said, whatever comes in, just make sure it goes towards processing, and that will help us tremendously. Can you explain why that's important?
Well, I think the first reason why is because if it's a shell egg, and it's to one of the panel's questions earlier regarding, Canadians seeing that product of USA label on a box of eggs. If it's for processed product, be it in a breakfast sandwich by a retailer, that doesn't highlight it as much. Where if, it's directly on the shelf to a consumer, then they're seeing it and they're looking at it and saying, oh my gosh, I really didn't want that American egg, but I want eggs still, right? So, and maybe Mrs. Bundrack could expand a little bit more on the TRQ aspect of that side if you'd like.
Sure.
Yeah, the processing market in Canada has been growing phenomenally, and so definitely there is a need for eggs for processing. So it only makes sense that any additional eggs that we're required to import would be directed to processing, and that was taken into consideration in both the CPTPP and the CUSMA. Both agreements have wording that is, I would describe as a bit not as strong as the wording that's in the current NAFTA, because there's actually there's actual percentages associated with it, so therefore there's de facto caps. But both the CUSMA and CPTPP agreement, the wording says that the eggs should be directed in priority or similar language to processing. I guess really where our concern is that when the agreements are implemented, that is actually what happens in practice. The interim allocation for CPTPP for eggs, although currently there's no CPTPP members that can export eggs at this point in time, we expect it will happen. We don't feel as though the interim allocation is as strong as it could be, and therefore we're taking part in the government consultation on all TRQs, and what we would really like to see is some really strong language so that the spirit of the agreements that says that the eggs should be directed in priority to is actually what happens when the agreements are implemented.
Great, thanks. And just in terms of, other than the TRQ and managing that TRQ properly, what other mitigation strategies are the egg farmers looking at to ensure that, you have growth and you mitigate the impact from some of the trade agreements?
Well, we're looking at, continually invest in the industry, right? We've had phenomenal growth, but that won't offset, like I said, what's given away, because we know what's given away under trade agreement is given away forever. So as we continue to move in that manner, we have young farmers that are investing. When you take a look at trade agreements, and there always seems to be something on the horizon. So there was that leeriness. How much do I invest? Or do I invest now? Or when do I invest? With the trade agreements going to be ratified and coming into effect, it kind of puts to rest where we're at. And I think if we can kind of put that to rest where we're at, that'll give confidence to the next generations and farmers out there to invest. Similar to my neighbor here and the vintners and the winemakers. Agriculture is waiting to see what happens because it's considerable amount of dollars by family farms that are investing. And I think by trade agreements being sealed and saying, okay, we're done, and now we're defending supply management, we're not just supporting it, we'll give a different answer.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, Mr. Rand. And we're going to move over to the Conservatives. Mr. Hoback, you got the floor, 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chair, and thank you, witnesses, for being here this morning. Where I'm going to start off with is, the Conservatives are going to support this deal. We've already indicated that. We worked with the Libs all the way through this, and we've had our ups and downs, but we still have lots of concerns. And we're hearing a lot from still industries within Canada about concerns that are coming up. And I'll use the example of fabricated steel. They're looking at tariffs coming on August 1st until USTR will decide, and then we'll see what that looks like. We still have softwood lumber that has no resolution, that was not addressed in NAFTA. We still have Buy America provisions sitting there in the background, going to be implicating our industries. How do you guys square that? Like, I know you want stability and bankability, but in the same breath, are you really getting that in this deal? So I'll start off maybe with you, Brian, and go to Matthew.
Yeah, thank you. There's no doubt. I mean, our overarching recommendation to government was do no harm, which they were successful in doing. But we also had a long list of offensive priorities that we were hoping to have addressed. Buy America, clearly. Labor mobility, which was mentioned early. While we protected our existing labor mobility provisions in NAFTA, we were kind of hoping to go beyond that.
Yeah.
So there are definitely areas that we could have improved upon. Now, the reality is we were dealing with a U.S. partner that wasn't really interested in taking a more ambitious approach to North American trade, and it was all about pulling back preferences. So I have some sympathy with the fact that it wasn't necessarily possible with this administration, but there's no doubt that there are areas that can be improved, and that's why we hope things like the competitiveness chapter, regulatory cooperation, we can still work away at these issues, because this is not going away.
Okay, Matthew, quickly.
Maybe I'll just mention on the on Buy America and government procurement. That was, I think, the biggest missed opportunity in this, and not to be critical, because frankly, the offer from the United States was to eliminate all of it and go backwards from even the WTO commitments that are there. And so we secured access that was better than the WTO commitments. So it is disappointing that the U.S. wouldn't look to fully modernize in the way I think Canada wanted to. And certainly that was on, if you remember back 2 years ago, I think, when the minister laid out Canada's 6 recommendations or 6 priorities or principles for negotiations, that procurement was one of the top 6, which we were very pleased to see. But given what the U.S. was asking for, keeping it exactly what it was pretty good. And now I think what's really important, and certainly we're working with provincial governments in this way, is to look at it at a state and provincial level. A lot of the really harmful activities that are going on in Buy America are being done at local levels now, which this deal wasn't going to deal with anyways, unfortunately. So we're working with several provinces now trying to get some of those dealt with at a local level, because it's bad. It's bad for business, bad for taxpayers overall, and we want to see the free movement of those goods.
I guess what concerns me, like fabricated steel, the government's been preaching about how they got rid of the tariffs, and everybody thinks they're all gone. But what they've been really telling is these guys have been trying to meet with this government to address this. They've been down in the U.S. a substantial number of times, and no response, and nobody mentioning it, and nobody highlighting it. Everybody's kind of closing their eyes and plugging their ears, get through this, and then we'll deal with that later. I also have to deal with the fact of tweets. I almost think EDC needs to offer insurance for tweets, so that, because the unpredictability and the instability that creates, how do you take that out of the marketplace? So maybe that's an option that they should look at. Dan, you talked about the Vintners and the excise tax. How many more times do you have to say that? This is something we've heard right from before the budget actually came into implementation, and we've heard it year after year. It's nice to see BC making movement on the grocery stores, because that was a big issue. I think we would have lost at WTO, so they needed to move forward on that. But what else do you think we need to do to get this government to understand, or maybe a new government will actually understand that better? But I think so. What else can be done there? Or is there compensation coming if you should lose that WTO case because they didn't react accordingly?
Yeah, it's a major preoccupation for us. I mean, like I said, we work really hard with our government and with opposition and with negotiators to get through CUSMA. We protected a lot of measures in CUSMA as we did in CETA. Everything is at risk right now, and fortunately, we know exactly what they want. They want. Mm-hmm. When Budget 17 came out, the Europeans came out and said, that is a major problem for us. The Americans said it's a major problem for us.
Okay, I'm going to stop right there just so I get it. One question for Roger. I got 20 seconds.
So it'll have to be quick.
Roger, what did they offer you for compensation in light of the fact that you are one of the losers in this deal? You are giving up market access that you normally have. So what is there for the losers, the people that are not getting or maybe are more of a victim of a deal like this?
Yeah, so we're waiting for the announcement from the minister regarding the CPTPP. I guess we'll have working groups as we move forward on the new CUSMA agreement, and we'll just have to...
So there was nothing pre-negotiated then?
That's
really?
No.
Election year, you should be good.
Okay, we're going to move over to Mr. Sheehan. Sheehan, go ahead. You got the floor, sir.
Thank you very much to all our witnesses. Thank you very much for coming in today. I'll start with Matthew from the Canadian Manufacturers Association. You made a fairly powerful statement, and the fact that you felt that the removal of the 232 onto itself was more important, and I'm going to paraphrase a bit, more important than CUSMA per se itself, and as well as many other things. Now, you know, I'm from Sault Ste. Marie, and Algoma Steel, and Tenaris is there, a whole bunch of other small and medium-sized manufacturers. You really can't find too much in Canada that isn't manufactured with steel or aluminum in some fashion. So perhaps maybe you could expand about the importance of removing the 232 tariff, the strategy that was employed, your thoughts about it and how we arrived at that, as well as the fact that President Trump had also, you know, a lot of people think that the 232 maybe was just on Canada, but it's really a world tariff, if you will. But he also had mentioned about applying the 232 tariff on auto. And if that happened, what would have happened? So, Matthew?
Maybe start with where you ended. I think if steel was the appetizer, the auto would have been the full course. Like, that would have sunk us, frankly, if that's put in place. And that's why those side agreements that were signed back in the fall were so critical, to make sure that we were exempted from it. Now, not a full exemption, obviously. The administrative burden that could come with that could be significant for the companies involved, and not even sure how they would administer it, because at some point you have to trace what you're sending in order to be able to fall underneath the requirements that were set out in that side agreement. The other thing I'd say on the agreement on the 232 is it was made very clear to me by several of our steel members, including Tenaris and Algoma, that, you know, it is important to understand that it is an agreement, not a full written legal text. But even that in and of itself is a significant step forward, because it wasn't just the fabricators themselves that were hit by it. It was almost every single manufacturer in the country that was being hit by the tariffs on the importation of those products, or exportation of them, depending on what you were actually making. And so the costs were escalating pretty substantially. You're talking about 30-40% input cost increases in a very short period of time. Those aren't costs they can pass along to their customers, so they were starting to lose business. And so they have pretty full order sheets in terms of producing, but once they go into the next cycle for getting the next round of investment, say auto parts fabrication, for example, that would be shipped in the United States, they'd have to start factoring in those additional costs and all those bids. And the chances of them winning those bids, even with a depressed Canadian dollar, would be pretty slim. So I know a lot of the focus was put on the big producers of the steel, but the real big impact was on the users of the steel in many, many ways. It's not that the big producers weren't impacted, and that clearly was discussed a lot at length in the public. But a lot of the users of the steel, both import and export, had significant cost increases that were a real problem for production in the short term and long term. So that's why getting rid of those, even in an understanding, quote unquote, was critically important to move the economy forward.
Some of the people early on had suggested settling for a quota. As well as the Ford government actually even stated that we should have removed our counter tariffs as some kind of gesture to the United States that I don't know, I can't follow the logic actually, but if we, you know, in going about our counter tariffs in particular, how successful were they in your mind in getting rid of the 232?
Well, I think it brought the attention to lawmakers in the United States, particularly those who have influence in different sectors. I think it was good. If you don't retaliate, and look, we weren't in favor of slapping tariffs on American imports to Canada, but at the same time, we were in favor of retaliation. For the same reason, we're in favor of Canada slapping on restrictions of U.S. exports into government procurement markets, because we can't get into their markets. We believe in full reciprocal market access. If you sign a free trade agreement, I don't care what sector it's in, you should have free and unfettered access in those sectors. And government procurement's one, steel is another, potentially auto, let's hope not, is another. So while we don't like the idea of tariffs, we like the idea of the reciprocal action that Canada was willing to take. And yes, it causes pain, but at the same time, if you don't do it, you don't get their attention.
Thank you. Brian, you had mentioned, as well as Matthew had mentioned, about your support for Minister Morneau's 101. And in particular, you know, we're asking for unanimous consent so that we can get this through expeditiously. Brian, can you explain the importance of 101 to this committee as it relates to getting back to free trade?
Sorry.
Answer, please.
Sorry, can you clarify 101 again? The
The 101 about the surge and the
yeah.
safeguards.
Yeah, safeguards. So on safeguards, I mean, the number one thing that we had heard in our various meetings with U.S. administration and officials was this ongoing concern around Canada's treatment of transshipment. Never defined, but always raised. So it's very important that we're taking measures to address perceptions of transshipment, even if there's no clear evidence that that's happening. And I think the government, what they've done on steel and aluminum is doing that and is sending that signal and will help the industry and hopefully insulate us from future U.S. actions.
Thank you, sir. And we're going to move over to the Conservatives. Mr. Carey, you got the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank the witnesses for being here. I have so many questions, it's hard to know where to start. But perhaps maybe Brian and Matthew, I've been doing a lot of roundtables with manufacturers, and I hear it over and over again that there are some companies that are right at the precipice of, maybe closing up or maybe moving their business. And one guy put it to me this way. He said, look, Colin, I can handle good policy, I can handle bad policy, but I can't handle the uncertainty. And, even though that this is not a perfect deal, like Randy was saying, there's still issues with fabricated steel, the Buy American, the softwood. What do you think the consequences would be if we weren't able to ratify this as far as that uncertainty question? Brian, could you start?
Yeah, so our worry is that if this deal doesn't get ratified, and particularly if the president, frankly, feels frustrated with Democrats and he may decide to withdraw from NAFTA, I still think that there's a very real risk that happens. It then becomes an open question what we return to. There's a legal debate underway if we would go back to the Canada-US FTA or go to nothing at all. We know that the U.S. business community is prepared to launch legal challenges in that event to try and delay that, but I would not downplay that risk. It's still a huge concern for business, and then we revert to WTO tariffs, and that would be disastrous for the Canadian economy, for companies that depend on access into the U.S. So that uncertainty continues to hang, and that's why we want to see Canada ratify, Mexico ratify, and let's get this behind us and get into 2020 with hopefully no discussion of North American trade in the presidential.
Matt?
Can I just add on the real concern that we have, the tariffs, the WTO bound rates for tariffs really aren't that high, and so you'll hear about the impact being very minimal. I heard it out of Global Affairs when NAFTA first was being renegotiated. Don't worry, it's a small amount, like 1.5% on average or something like that. That's not the problem. The problem is all the trade rules that come with NAFTA. That's right. The business visa, for example, we talked about earlier, if that goes away, we're in deep, deep trouble. So it's not just the bound rates and the tariffs, it's all the other uncertainty, the rules that we trade by, that's what matters.
Yeah, and that's what I'm hearing over and over again. We have to get some of that certainty back. I was wondering if you could comment on, the relationship with the United States. Matthew, you said, if we have a free trade agreement, we should have a free trade agreement. But I've heard some complaints that, the U.S. is going towards like a managed trade, and we've seen this use of tariffs, quotas, this type of thing. We had the original NAFTA. We didn't have that. My community, of course, the auto, the quota situation, questions about that, what it means. But could you comment on, are you seeing a move towards this institutionalization of tariffs and quotas with the United States? And what does that mean with our trading relationship?
I think what we hear a lot about is unfair trade with the United States. And I think what we've done a decent job at, and we can always do a better job at from Canada, is talk about how we're not that. We are very different in Canada and Mexico the same way than, say, what their trade relationship is with Vietnam or China or Brazil or Russia or Eastern Europe or anyone else. We are a level playing field with them. We build stuff with them to compete against all those countries together. And so I think that's what separates us out from everyone else. And so when we hear these conversations about managed trade and controlling trade, we need to get inside that discussion and say, we have exactly the same problems that you do. We are getting stuff dumped into Canada from a lot of those same markets. How do we work together so that our markets aren't protected, but that we're treated fairly by those other countries? And that's why that competitiveness chapter inside the CUSMA is so important to get going. It's going to look at those problems, the global problems that manufacturers, the integrated economies have, and how we can work better together to compete against the rest of the world. So I don't see it as a problem with Canada, but it could be a significant problem if we don't stay on top of that discussion in terms of the integrated nature of our economies and how important it is we work together on those problems.
Well, I agree, and you mentioned this coordinated trading bloc. I think for decades, we've been moving towards more integration, regulatory cooperation, and there was a feeling there for a while. It was like Canada was on Team North America, and with these 232s and stuff, the feeling was that we weren't. And getting on to that question about the 232s, I believe there was like $2 billion collected, this tax dollars with the tariffs. And really, it hasn't been disseminated. It was supposed to help out the companies that were really affected. I was wondering if you could comment, what should be done with that money, and who should it be going to?
Back to the people who paid it, like the steel producers and the people who are making the steel. That's where it was supposed to go in the first place, help them invest in technology and production capacity.
That'd be nice to see.
Mr. Carey, Ms. Ramsey, you've got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
It's so difficult to do something in 3 minutes, but this renegotiation is a once in a lifetime opportunity. And my neck of the woods down in southwestern Ontario, we saw over 400,000 manufacturing jobs bleed out of our country over the course of NAFTA. It's had a very real impact on people, on my community, on people who work in the auto sector, but as well as other manufacturing. So there's a lot of anxiety right now about what is happening around this deal and the things that, quite frankly, the Liberal government won't even discuss with people, I think, is what's causing a lot of that. But I want to talk a little bit about this enforceability and the work that's being done in the States around the Democrats, because we need effective enforcement tools. Not just for labor and the environment, which is certainly incredibly important, but across the entire agreement. If we don't have enforceability, which we've seen in the original NAFTA has been very, very poor, has not worked well, has resulted in a lot of losses, both jobs and economic losses. We really put ourselves at great jeopardy. So I really applaud the work that the Democrats are doing in the Congress to address this critical issue for the entire agreement. So my question really to you just quickly is, do you think there's value in waiting for the Democrats to achieve improvement in enforceability, and then Canada being a part to that? So I'll start and go down.
Well, you've hit the nail on the head with enforceability. I mean, that is the critical issue that the Democrats are worried about. They talk about labor and environment, but it's all about being able to enforce the commitments in the agreement. I've just learned that Mexico has 700,000 collective bargaining agreements. And while they've made changes, really important changes to enhance labor rights in the country, the Democrats are rightfully worried that once this agreement is signed, that they will lose any leverage to make sure that those 700,000 collective bargaining agreements are actually, updated the way that they're supposed to be done. So I don't think we necessarily need to wait, though, for the Democrat process to play out. We should watch it over the next couple of weeks, but we can still move ahead and ratify, because you can address the enforcement issue through side agreements, side instruments. There are ways to make sure that Chapter 31, the state-to-state chapter, is enforced and the panel blocking can occur. It can be done, and I think that...
But I think the issue, and the Democrats have raised this as well, and so have New Democrats here in Canada, is the fact that side agreements, the enforceability of those, the eligibility of those is quite weak. And we saw that in the original NAFTA, that things that are in side agreements really haven't been able to enforce those provisions, right? So that's the fear, is that if we add on after the fact in side agreements, we won't be able to actually enforce them at all.
Yeah, no, it's a legitimate fear given the experience with past agreements, but I've seen some various proposed texts that would address that and make sure that the agreement itself is enforceable. I think it can be done. I think there are creative ways to do it, and we would support that.
Yeah, one more slot for one more MP today, this morning on this panel. Mr. Hebert, you got the floor for 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Very much, Mr. Chair, and I'd like to thank the witnesses for enlightening us on this whole issue. Over the past 3 years, our government has been able to add a lot of jobs, and we've had the lowest EI rate in 40 years. We saw what happened when Mr. Trump arrived. He said that NAFTA was a bad accord and had to be eliminated. And he talked vehemently about destroying it. Through negotiations, through intense negotiations, we were able to preserve supply management. We're the only country that has this benefit for producers. Not perfect, but at least we were able to preserve a good part of this supply management system. Mr. Kingston, you spoke very eloquently this morning. I'd like to know, this agreement that we're about to ratify, what impact will it have on jobs, on the employment rate, on the creation of jobs, if this agreement is not signed. Mr. Kingston.
If this agreement is not signed, we definitely expect will have an impact on investment, first of all, because companies that were planning to invest and use the accelerated measure that was introduced in the fall economic statement, they won't do so if their number one market is the U.S. and they're now suddenly concerned about their ability to access that market. So if you have a pullback in investment, then the immediate consequence is jobs. So it would be negative for the unemployment rate in Canada. We, as much as we've had these fantastic efforts to diversify, we will never change the fact that we sit right beside the U.S. and it is our number one market. So anything that impedes that existing relationship will be bad for the Canadian economy. There's just no way around that.
Merci. Maintenant, ma question pour...
Thank you. I have a question for Mr. Wilson. In the past few months, we've signed 14 trade agreements with many different countries. This is a billion-dollar market for new clients. We have very good trade with our southern neighbor. Now, the impact on the other agreements, and here I refer to CETA, we've seen an increase in a 9% tariff increase in the past year in Montreal. Do you believe that the other trade agreements that are now in the side wings, do you think this will have a favorable impact as we saw earlier with the CETA? And do you think, like we do, that we should sign this agreement as quickly as possible? Mr. Wilson, please.
Should sign it as quickly as possible and show the leadership, I think, that has been mentioned here before. With the other trade agreements, again, they're different. We're sending finished goods in many cases to those other markets. We're not sending manufactured products. And what I mean by that is we're not sending auto parts to Europe. We're sending investment for companies to make auto parts in Europe in many cases, or sending the finished vehicles to Europe. So it fundamentally is different in that trade relationship with any other market around the world than it is with the United States. And that's why that trade agreement with the United States is so big and so important, because it's not just about sending a car. It's about sending all the thousands of bits and pieces that go into that car, starting from the raw materials through the steel, through electronics and different components. So it's a very different trade agreement. So those other trade agreements are really important, but it's also a very different type of company often that is trading in those agreements. The Lululemons and Arterexes of the world, and hopefully wine and other producers that are making finished consumer products. But 85% of what we make in Canada are subcomponents of parts that go into other things, and those agreements don't really fit into those. Those other agreements don't really support those as much as NAFTA does.
Merci.
Good.
Yeah, thank you.
Merci beaucoup. So,
thank you very much.
First panel, folks, and we're doing good time. Thank you, witnesses. Thank you for coming. Short notice and being first up, and good dialogue, good mix, and good questions, and everybody's on time. So we're just going to break for 10 minutes so the MPs can say goodbye to our panelists and welcome the new ones coming in. Spend 10 minutes. have two videos.
Yes, one from
And-
Montreal and one from Toronto. I miss days of Montreal.
Okay, before we continue with the second panel, I just got a little housekeeping here. As you know, this study does cost the taxpayers some money, and we have to get approval for it. So I need to, anyway, the cost of the, I need approval if everybody's agreeing. We total a maximum of $12,700 for the study. Oh, 14, sorry, 14,300 would be total. I think it's going to go under that, but we have to make sure there's enough for people's flights and accommodations. So, all agree with it?
Yes.
Okay, send it off. Okay, so the first session of our pre-study for the C100, Bill C100, went quite well. The first panel, and maybe we'll keep the same schedule here for this one. But first of all, I'd like to welcome the panelists. We have two video conference from Toronto and Montreal, and two with us here. So welcome guests and welcome coming on the short notice. And so what we do is we're going to have each panelist roughly do 5 minutes, give or take. It's all right, and then we'll have good dialogue with the members. in case there's a emergency vote. So I'm going to like to get the panelists get all their presentations done first. You never know, there might be a vote, but doesn't look like one right now, so we're doing good so far. So without further ado, I think we'll start off with video conferencing, and we'll go right to Montreal, Quebec, and we have the Council of Canadians, and Miss Day?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, you got the floor.
Bonjour, je suis la responsable de la...
Good morning. I'm Sujata Day, and I'm the trade campaigner for the Council of Canadians. I will give my presentation in English, but it will be my privilege to answer in French.
Issues of free trade since the initial agreement between the U.S. and Canada. With over 100,000 supporters, we believe strongly that trade agreements cannot solely be the exclusive domain of industry representatives. Trade agreements impact our regulations, our public programs, our democracies, and our ability to protect the environment. With the rise of global inequality and a looming environmental crisis, our trade agreements, unfortunately, are often complicit in promoting corporations' rights over our democracies. This is why, during the NAFTA negotiations, over 30,000 of our members wrote to MPs to share their concerns about what should be in a NAFTA agreement. Our honorary chairperson, Maud Barlow, wrote 10 guidelines for what should be included in the new NAFTA. Some of our guidelines have been met, others haven't. First, the good news. In the new NAFTA, the Chapter 11 investor state provisions are no longer in effect between the U.S. and Canada. This provision has cost us $300 million. It has hurt our ability to develop social and environmental policy. Since Canada has been the biggest loser under Chapter 11 and the U.S. the largest litigant, this is an important development. But going forward, this should be the new standard for all of our trade agreements. Unfortunately, this is not the case for the recently adopted CPTPP or CETA. As well, the mandatory energy proportionality provisions mandating us to export a quota of energy to the U.S. have been removed from the new NAFTA. That will give us more policy space to meet our G8 and Paris commitments. However, the fact remains that this agreement gives disproportionate power to corporations. Chapter 11 may be gone, but now a whole host of new rules put industry voices, or so-called interested persons, at the regulatory table before any of us, the public or politicians, can see the actual regulations. Under so-called regulatory cooperations, regulators have to follow a new series of stringent processes in order to make rules. While industry folks may see safety, food, environmental, or labeling regulations as red tape, those of us who are concerned about the safety of our products or what we put on our plates or in our bodies may see things differently. Regulators now face industry-positive criteria that hamper their ability to translate our collective will into rules. On farming, much has been written about the attacks to the family farms with the allocation of an additional 3.59% in Canadian market share for American dairy products. At the Council of Canadians, we are worried about the standards of this new U.S. milk, which will be coming over the border. In the 1990s, we successfully campaigned to end the licensing of bovine growth hormone in Canada. This hormone makes cows produce 25% more milk, but at the expense of cows' health. BGH is used in the U.S. and is not labeled. The new NAFTA also gives protections that can raise the costs of prescription drugs. The deal gives biologics, a new class of drugs made from human or animal tissue, 10 years of data exclusivity. Currently in Canada, we only give 8 years of data exclusivity. Biologics are very important. They include drugs like insulin or drugs that treat cancer, rheumatoid arthritis, Crohn's disease, and ulcerative colitis. The Parliamentary Budget Officer that just in the first year that this agreement would be in effect, the cost would be $169 million. Just at the time when the Advisory Committee for the Implementation of Pharmacare is recommending a universal single-payer system for drugs, the new NAFTA would raise the cost of such a program. Recently, a number of MPs signed our declaration asking for these provisions to be taken out of the new NAFTA. Luckily, Democrats in the U.S. are trying to get rid of these drug provisions, as well as demanding improved and enforceable environmental and labor provisions, which are currently lacking. U.S. Democrats have the votes And as history has shown, the U.S. has reopened the last 4 enacted trade agreements after they were signed. It is simply premature to ratify the agreement in its current form. Many important changes still need to be made. The idea that this deal is finished is an illusion. Thank you.
Thank you, and we're going to go to the next video conference guest from Toronto. We have Mr. Adams from the Global Automakers of Canada. You got the floor, sir. Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honourable members, on behalf of the 15 members of the Global Automakers of Canada, I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you this morning on the important subject of Bill C-100, an act to implement the agreement between Canada, the United States of America, and the United Mexican States. As you may know, the Global Automakers of Canada is a national trade association comprised of the exclusive Canadian distributors of all vehicle manufacturers, with the exception of the Detroit-based automakers and Tesla. The members of the GAC have a long-standing history of supporting transparent, open, rules-based trading relationships between Canada and its major trading partners. Traditionally, that has meant the United States and Mexico, and while that continues to be the case, we have also strongly supported the Canada-EU CETA and the CPTPP agreements, as well as the Canada-Korea trade agreement. With respect to the topic at hand, however, the Canadian automotive industry and Canadian consumers have benefited significantly from its special access to the United States market via a system of managed trade agreements and free trade agreements dating back to the Auto Pact in 1965, providing jobs, economies of scale, and efficiencies for the industry in Canada. Our members support the ratification and passage of the CUSMA, as it will allow our members, which have a footprint in all 3 countries, continued preferential access to the U.S. market. Without putting too fine a point on it, the members of the GAC are very concerned that the uncertainty associated with finalizing this outstanding trade negotiation is having a deleterious impact on business, not only the automotive business, but far beyond. Thus, the sooner the agreement is ratified, the better. Ratification will provide certainty in the North American manufacturing region that is currently lacking, and will provide the appropriate context for investment and business planning. Over the course of the negotiations, the GAC has been part of each round of the discussions. Some have said that any deal is better than no deal. We don't believe this to be the case, and it was important for Canada to be able to work constructively and creatively amongst the shifting sands of the negotiations. Given where the U.S. started with its negotiating position regarding the automotive industry, we believe that the deal that has been signed represents the best outcome that could have been achieved. Is it ideal? Perhaps not, but as noted before, it provides industry with access, certainty, and the opportunity for review, which was missing from the NAFTA. The members of the Global Automakers of Canada encourage the ratification of this agreement. Thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer questions in due course.
Thank you, sir. And we're going to go to the Canadian Agri-Food Trade Alliance with Ms. Situ. The floor. Welcome again.
Merci. Merci de m'avoir invité,
Thank you for having invited me and for inviting our organization to speak to the matter of the act to implement the agreement between Canada.
It calls for the swift ratification of CUSMA to stability in market and strongly urges parliamentarians in both houses to pass Bill C-100 quickly. CAFTA represents the 90% of farmers who depend on trade and producers, manufacturers, and agri-food exporters who want to grow the economy through better access to international markets. This includes the beef, pork, meat, grain, cereals, pulses, soybeans, canola, as well as the malt, sugar, and processed food industries. Together, our members account for more than 90% of Canada's agri-food exports, which in 2018 reached record levels of $59 billion. And support 1 million jobs across urban and rural communities in Canada. A significant portion of these jobs and sales would not exist without competitive access to world markets. Despite this strong performance, opportunities for further growth are being threatened by unprecedented uncertainty and a rise in protectionist sentiment in certain corners, as well as the erosion of predictability in both traditional and new markets. Last week, CAFTA released its 2019 federal election priorities entitled Realizing Canada's Export Potential in an Unpredictable and Fiercely Competitive World. It is a prescription for what is required to allow Canadian agri-food exports to continue setting records as trade is under threat and increasingly linked to geopolitical and global events. First on the list of recommendations is to preserve and enhance access in key export markets, and with that, the call to ratify and bring CUSMA into force as quickly as possible. CAFTA attended all negotiating rounds for the new CUSMA and applauded the news last fall that Canada concluded talks. CAFTA also welcomed the recent resolution of the tariff issue between the Government of Canada and the US related to aluminum and steel products. Tariff-free trade has been an incredible success for businesses throughout North America and for agri-food exporters in particular. Over the last 25 years, Canadian ag and food exports to the US and Mexico have nearly quadrupled under NAFTA. Today, the US and Mexico are our first and fourth largest export markets, making up about 55% of our total exports last year. CUSMA builds on the success of the NAFTA agreement. It preserves and secures the duty-free access upon which the North American agriculture and food sector has been built over the past quarter century. Our members, the hundreds of thousands of farmers, ranchers, food processors, and agri-food exporters who rely on trade for their livelihood, are pleased that the Canadian government is taking steps to ratify the new agreement and bring it into force. Our members emphasize the following outcomes as key benefits of the new CUSMA. The agreement contains no new tariffs or trade restricting measures. All agricultural products that have zero tariffs under NAFTA will remain at zero tariffs under CUSMA. Maintaining predictable duty-free access to the North American market is a major win for our members. This will help strengthen the supply chains that have been developed for the past generation in North America. This new agreement also includes meaningful progress on regulatory alignment and cooperation. In particular, I would note the establishment of a committee on agriculture that will serve as a forum to address trade barriers, a working group for cooperation on agriculture biotechnology, and the creation of a new sanitary and phytosanitary committee that will help ensure regulations are transparent, based on science, and that trade in North America flows freely, fairly, and abundantly. Another key benefit for our members is the preservation of the dispute resolution provisions that are vital to ensuring fair and transparent processes are in place for when disagreements arise. Preserving Chapter 19 in its entirety and much of Chapter 20 from the previous NAFTA agreement are also major wins. Market access improvements for Canadian agri-food exporters include increased quota for refined sugar and sugar-containing products, as well as gains for some processed oilseeds products like margarine. All welcome news for our members. All these advances will help consolidate the gains of the original NAFTA and provide certainty in the North American market, which is essential to the success of our Canadian agri-food exporters. In closing, CUSMA represents a meaningful upgrade to NAFTA for our members by keeping our trade tariff-free, establishing processes that will help remove remaining technical barriers to trade, and maintaining vital provisions to deal with disputes. We look forward to working with the government to bring CUSMA into force so that our members can realize its benefits as quickly as possible.
Thank you. And you represent a lot of farmers and people in the supply chain for agriculture. So thanks for coming. And we're going to go to Mr. Volpe now from the Automotive Parts Manufacturing Association.
Thanks
Welcome,
for having
sir.
me again. Thank you.
Good to see you here again.
Good to be here. Most of you know the APMA is Canada's National Association of Original Equipment Automotive Suppliers. I represent about 300 companies that employ about 100,000 people in this country. And then notably for the NAFTA negotiations, Canadian supplier firms employ 43,000 people in the U.S. in 120 plants, and about 43,500 people in Mexico in 150 plants. Throughout the NAFTA negotiations, as some of you know, we were present for every round, and in addition to meetings with Canadian officials on a very regular basis, we had time at the White House, USTR, the Palacio Nacional, and all spots in between. Our Canadian positions and Canadian interests found voice on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, New York Times, Washington Post, The Economist, etc. We were very active, we were very vocal, and I think the agreement is a positive reflection of what we were looking for. This is a negotiation that no one asked for from a party that cared only about headlines and Twitter. After 4 rounds, we finally got the American proposal, and it was a self-destructive one. In automotive, the proposal was that every vehicle manufactured in North America should have 50% U.S. domestic content. Canada, importantly, with Mexico, stayed at the table. Spent time over the next 2 rounds highlighting self-harm, and industry associations and stakeholders like ours spent time at USTR and in Mexico talking about the American self-harm. They countered themselves twice, in March of 2018 and then again in April of 2018. Our strategy for staying at the table produced the fruit that we wanted. They backed off their 50% U.S. domestic content, and they came up with other tough terms, but they were negotiable terms. This current government made a conscious effort and a decision on the NAFTA negotiations to consult openly and frequently with industry. They didn't do it altruistically. Industry was quite vocal about the fact that the Mexicans had an advantage because they took their industry with them in a model they called the room next door. The first meeting with this new government was actually at APMA office with a trade minister, a chief negotiator, an ISED minister, and his deputy minister. I thought that was a good step. This is how it was done. It's supposed to be done. We saw TPP with both governments, the outgoing government and the incoming government, done mostly in the dark. And for suppliers, at least, I think the results reflect that. The new CUSMA is the first increase in regional value content ever in a Canadian trade agreement. For automotive rules of origin, that means an increase in supplier volumes for Canadian plants and footprints of about 25% in shipments. That's $6 to $8 billion a year in new purchases, incremental purchases of an industry that ships about $35 billion a year. To put that in context, that's the equivalent of landing 2 new greenfield investments in Canada. The last greenfield investment in Canada by a major automaker was 2007. The upside is unprecedented, and this deal for automotive suppliers, from our perspective, must be ratified. I spent time all over the continent, during and after, and I've spent a great deal of time in Germany and Japan, especially since, as well as China. Current suppliers will see the most benefit of this new agreement and its terms, but we think we are of the opinion that is also shared by our American equivalent that the current North American supply base does not have the capacity to meet the requirements for our automakers to meet the compliance of 75% U.S. North American domestic content. What that means is we're also looking at an opportunity that we've been selling very plainly to Japanese and the Germans especially, that we're expecting a great deal of new capital investment in this country from new suppliers who are going to help their current automakers meet that 75% quotient. This deal has a regional value content level that goes to 75% from 62.5%. On parts, that number is 65 to 70 from 60. 70% of those core parts have to, if they are made with steel and aluminum, must be sourced in North America. And in NAFTA, we had 29 parts categories that were tracked for compliance, and essentially we've doubled that. There is an immediate transition to rules of origin post-ratification. We're hoping that ratification happens in all 3 countries this year, and there's a 3-year phase-in for the RVC levels. Please ratify this deal without delay. That's been our message in Washington. That's our message in Mexico City, and I'm happy to take questions here.
Thank you, sir. Just a quick question. So you have you represent parts manufacturers on both sides of the border, right?
I represent the parts suppliers' interests in Canada, but those head office interests, the GNP interests for major companies like Magna, Martin Rea, Linamar, they have investments in the U.S. and in Mexico that in some cases are bigger than their Canadian investments.
So you're kind of indirectly representing them all because you're representing Canada. So, what about Mexico? You have no rep. So you just represent Canada, but because they're affiliated, that's how you represent these other.
So in Mexico, in meetings with the president of Mexico, with the Secretary of the Economy, Secretary of Foreign Affairs, our message there was, We, Canadian companies, own 150 plants that employ 43,500 Mexican workers as well. So if this doesn't work out, and we end up on the other side of a big tariff wall here, we're speaking to you as Mexican investors and employers.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we're going to do the same way we did the last panel, and worked out quite well. And the MPs kept their questions tight, and the answers were pretty tight because we have 4 panelists, so we want everybody to get their thoughts out. So we're going to start right off the bat with the Conservatives, and we're going to go to Mr. Carey for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the witnesses for being here. I'm going to start right off with Mr. Adams and Mr. Volpe. Everybody around the table is aware of the announcement of General Motors in Oshawa, and we are going to be able to retain some parts and stamping manufacturing there, but the quote that I've heard more often than not with our manufacturers is it's like, we can handle bad policy, we can handle good policy, but this uncertainty is a real problem because they're competing for international mandates, and with what Mr. Trump wants to do, he wants to bring a lot of that investment to the United States, and if companies locate there, that's where they get the most certainty. So the importance of this this deal, like Mr. Adams says, not a perfect deal, but the importance of getting this done is really important for my community. So thank you for your input. But my question would be, because we have such integrated trade, integrated supply chains, we build cars together in North America, that's the way it's been going. What would it do to our supply chains, our ability to win investment and certainty if this is not ratified, if we dither in ratifying this agreement? Maybe we can start with Mr. Adams and then Mr. Volpe.
Well, I think, thank you for your question. I think, as you say, uncertainty is the real challenge here. And I think we've gotten to a point where this deal is essentially been finalized. We just need to get it over the goal line. And that's why we think it's important that this deal get done sooner rather than later, because uncertainty and confusion about where things stand are the worst thing for business investment. And yes, I mean, as Mr. Volpe mentioned, nobody wanted this negotiation, and the fact of the matter is that the whole negotiation was focused around bringing more investment into the United States, not necessarily Canada or Mexico. But I think reality is we are where we are, and we just need to move forward now.
Mr. Volpe?
Companies take a longer-term approach than a single term. That being said, the power of a tweet from the president has been demonstrated over the last couple of years to cause market confusion. I view the Oshawa news the same way that you do. Lots of our member companies built generations of business out there. The Oshawa business is, the decision in Oshawa is unrelated to the NAFTA renegotiation and maybe the uncertainty with Trump, but it wasn't helped. It was a product mix that wasn't working, and the volumes weren't there. But certainly, if we didn't have this cloud hanging over our heads, you could convince a company to turn around and make a decision, a longer-term decision, than one that unfortunately hurt Oshawa, but also hurt 6 other plants, mostly in the U.S. It is we've seen a lot of the OEMs push back. Maybe not as publicly as some of us would like to, at least from a political standpoint, but they've pushed back and they've said these are 20-year investments. And certainly it has worked in changing some decisions on allocation into Mexico that weren't yet installed in producing vehicles. The real threat isn't if we don't have this deal. The threat is we've got somebody in the White House who takes a narcissistic approach to these things and has threatened to pull the NAFTA. In a scenario where we don't have the CUSMA and we have a NAFTA withdrawal, then we're going to have a real big problem with investor confidence.
Yeah, and I think these once-in-a-generation investments are so important that we're able to compete for that. My next question, though, is about the complexity of the rules of origin, and I'm getting some feedback that. And concern, because at the end of the day, it's about jobs and keeping jobs in Canada. But if it gets so complicated, some auto manufacturers may just skip the whole thing, manufacture all of the product overseas and just ship it in and pay the 2.5%. I was wondering if you could comment on this, the complexity for the rules of origin compared to the NAFTA? And is this a real concern that we need to be worried about? Because at the end of the day, it's about jobs, keeping jobs in Canada. And if it gets far too complicated, are we at risk of losing that entire supply chain to countries that are offshore of North America or even towards the United States?
I think that's a valid concern in general, and I think the original American proposal was 85% regional value content, 50% U.S. domestic content, tracing parts down to their raw materials. We said there, most important perspective from a supplier point of view is if our OEM customers were going to pass, then we were going to get hurt there. So I said, so our position was, listen to the OEMs. If they say they won't do it, as you said, the MFN tariff is 2.5%. Over the course of those rounds, we got to a place on the rules where we simplified them more, dropped some of those content levels to a point that still made suppliers happy, but I think without exception, OEMs saying they can make it. On silly things like tracing supplies right down to the raw materials, I pointed out that a lot of plastic products come from petroleum, and do we need to know where the dinosaurs died? That little insert of candor, I think, kind of broke up that discussion. Sure, let me just finish that one
Go ahead,
thought
sir.
here.
Go ahead.
Getting this right is important because MFN tariff is only 2.5%, but the American intention, I think, using the Section 232 tariffs and going back to WTO, our expectation in the industry is that number is going to go way up.
Thank you. I'm going to go over to Liberals now. And Mr. Peterson, you got the floor. A man that knows auto parts very well.
Not as well as Mr. Volpe, but thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, everyone, for being here today. And I am going to pick up on the auto theme based on the number of auto parts jobs that are based in my riding and rely on a strong auto sector, of course. I just want to take a step back, and when President Trump threatened to rip up NAFTA, I mean, that was an existential threat, I think, to the auto industry, and I'm not sure, Mr. Volpe, if you want to elaborate on that a little bit, and Mr. Adams, you can too, because I think we needed to put the New Deal in that context.
He came in office, on his way into office, said he was looking for a border tax on all goods coming in. Then turned around and threatened very specific companies like Ford and BMW, putting a tax specifically on it. Whether he could do it or not was not the question. The markets reacted to the fact that the President of the United States was threatening some type of action. He threatened to pull out of NAFTA. Our industry knows no borders. Frankly, if you've got an OEM customer, there's concentric geographic circles of supply, and you've got to be close to your customer. There's 10 OEM plants in Canada, but they're all selling goods to the U.S. It's a big threat. This is the way the president likes to play. I mean, frankly, I've been his candidate for big, crazy threats. Which from a legislative point of view, I'm not sure that he could enact, but that's not the way capital flows, and that's not the way customers pick their suppliers, and so it was a big threat.
Mr. Adams, do you want?
Sure, I think you're right. I mean, I think it's a characterization of different companies too, in terms of the president saying, well, with the BMWs of the world. Well, BMW has their largest plant in Spartanburg. And it's also the largest automotive exporter, and I'm sure a lot of Flavio's members supply the plant in Spartanburg as well. So, this was a real concern for the entire automotive industry, especially when you consider that regardless of manufacturer, about 85% of the production coming out of any Canadian plant is going into the U.S. market. It's not going, to Europe or elsewhere. It's going to that U.S. market. So it was a very problematic issue for sure.
So based on that, how important were these the auto side letters to sort of remove that threat from the industry, and then when it comes to investment flows?
The auto side letters are a funny instrument. On one hand, from a purely an academic point of view, I would not have liked to see us in those types of discussions where we concede something extra agreement against a threat that I thought was an improper use of legislation. Others have called it illegal. But the fact of the matter is that in our business, sometimes leverage is more important than the legislation. And the leverage was we set quotas that if they were to be reached, it would mean we would have to add 3 new OEM plants full capacity for us to get to those quotas. There is no prospect on the environment in the current future of seeing them. Maybe 1 or 2. I offered to pay the tariff on every vehicle after the 3rd one.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, just because I'm probably pressed for time here, so I want to get one more question if I can.
No, you're good. You got a minute and a half.
Perfect. Just the Mr. Volpe, you elaborated that, and you actually, I think, we're on the record of saying that this is this achievement benefits Canada immediately and directly in the automotive sector. It's going to result in more investment, more volume purchases from existing investment, and underpins the kind of jobs we want in this country. And you sort of elaborated on that, but right now you're saying we don't have the capacity to fully leverage this deal. So are you confident that the investment will flow to get us to that capacity?
Suppliers don't build plants or lines on spec. Either you have the contract or you don't. And of course, we're all bidding very aggressively. All my members are bidding very aggressively on the new volume. The fact of the matter is that volume is, it will be a 25% addition writ large. It won't be spread. Everybody's not going to get 25%. So the winners may get 26% or 50% more volume. But you got to do it in 3 years. And so to do it in 3 years is a message I took to Japanese suppliers in Yokohama, a supplier show last week, to say, if you're supplying Mazda, if you're supplying Toyota, if you're supplying Honda, if you're supplying Subaru, and you're supplying these products, these specific items on vehicles that are being assembled there, come to Canada because they make those cars in the U.S. and in Canada, and we need you.
Excellent. That's
Good
it. Thank
questions,
you, Mr. Chair.
and
Thank you.
we're going over to the NDP now. Ms. Ramsey, you got the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, and thank you to all of our witnesses here today. I would like to ask my first question of Ms. Day, because she's the first person to raise Chapter 20, which is the intellectual property provisions around the cost of pharmaceuticals. It's something that New Democrats have been raising, and quite frankly, impacts all Canadians. You raise the types of drugs that are being looked at, or that the extension is for biologics, so talking about insulin, things for Crohn's, rheumatoid arthritis, extremely expensive drugs for Canadians, even if they have some sort of pharmaceutical or drug plan from an employer. Typically, it won't cover, the cost of these drugs because they're so incredibly effective, and a lot of people actually say they will be the future of drugs. So I want to ask you really about that and the concerns about not just ours, New Democrats, but like you said, the PBO. My colleague Don Davies, who's our critic for health, asked the parliamentary budget officer to study the impact of pharmaceutical costs in the new CUSMA, and came back, of course, with the stunning number of $169 million per year. So I wonder if you can speak a bit, because to me this is a TPP hangover. This is something that the U.S. wanted initially in the original TPP. It was removed out of that in the new CPTPP, but here it is back again because, no surprise, Big Pharma in the U.S. And in Canada are pushing hard for this. So I wonder if you can comment a bit further on the implications of this for Canadians.
Yeah, it's an irony because and the first thing President Trump did in office was to say that he hated the TPP and that he was going to rip it up. But what happened is a lot of the provisions that were originally in the TPP made themselves into the new NAFTA, and one of those is the biologics. So basically what it is that it extends, we have patent protection in Canada of 20 years, but on top of that we have what's known as marketing exclusivity for biologics. So that would, right now in Canada it is 8 years, and the NAFTA agreement will raise it to 10 years. Now what's important for this is it would cost, already it's shown that about 70% of all the new costs to the Quebec Assurance Médicament program is these costs of biologics. These are the highest rising class of drugs with all public plans put together. So this is something where you can spend about $5,000 to $50,000 a year for a patient on this class of drugs. So these are very important treatments, and this is something that will be either offloaded to private to private citizens who will have to choose, whether they can afford these drugs or not, or in the event of a public plan, it will be offloaded to us. So this is very important provisions. When it was negotiated, this is basically U.S. Pharma that benefits from this, because it's U.S. pharmaceutical companies who are the producers of these biologics. There's no interest for Canadians at all in terms of industry or our public plans to have this. And currently in the United States, the Democrats are asking for these provisions to be specifically removed from the new NAFTA. And as I said before, I can go into more detail. They have the votes, and it's important to note that in 2006, when the Democrats gained majority in the House with George Bush as president, they actually opened up 3 agreements for precisely pharmaceuticals. So they opened up the agreements with Colombia, Panama, and Peru to specifically go in and change pharmaceutical language. So what I'm saying is that is something that is likely, I know that industry feels that they're reassured by the signing of this new NAFTA, that this is a done deal, that this is going to provide assurance, but the elephant in the room is that the United States has to ratify this agreement too, and the votes aren't there unless this agreement is opened up. So what I'm saying is that this illusion of security, especially when we're in the president of perpetual negotiation, is just an illusion. And ratifying this agreement in this speedy form is not going to provide insurance, because there's a critical path element here that we don't control, which is the U.S. Congress. And that is, so this illusion of security is just that. It's an illusion.
Thank you. And
We have 20 seconds left.
that went by so quickly. I would just add a comment then that I think that no Canadians believe that the cost of drugs should be raised through a trade agreement. And if there's an opportunity to join the U.S. right now to remove this provision, then it's something that Canadians would strongly support the Liberal government doing. And I would encourage my colleagues to do the same.
Thank you, Ms. Ramsey. We're moving over to Liberals now. Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank the presenters. Before this, we reached this deal, people in British Columbia were not very optimistic dealing with President Trump, all the threats that we had. Once this agreement was reached, you have expressed your opinion, but when I'm on the doorsteps or I'm out in the community, whether it's the small and medium-sized manufacturers, the labor groups, the workers, everyone has come to me and said, Sukhdev, we want you to go and tell Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Chrystia Freeland the great work that they have done to get this deal done. Do you hear the same on the ground, or is a different opinion out there?
Our members were frankly surprised that we were able to get an agreement that had higher regional value content. Because it's a very straight line between the RVC level and business prospects. And so there is a positive assessment of this deal. There is the only question is, are we going to ratify it or not? And they're all of one voice. I just finished my annual conference in Windsor this week, and everybody is hopefully optimistic that we do get it passed and we get moving. We've got a lot of other global forces against the Canadian competitiveness. Nobody else is standing still, and this deal is helpful for auto parts manufacturers and then soft auto parts suppliers in the IT space.
How about the rules of origin and labor provisions? Would it slow down the movement of jobs to Mexico, or the other way around?
I think the naked American objective here was to do exactly that, was to repatriate jobs from Mexico. Not all of it fact-based, and frankly, not a lot of it reversible without hurting the American interests and objectives. Those are American companies that invested in Mexico. Closure costs put into a unit price hurts everybody. The fact of the matter is that with this new labor provision as well, this labor value content, which is the U.S.'s domestic content by another name, it's going to bias supplier investment to north of the Mexican border. And then the rest of it is up to us to hustle. But certainly I see an uptick in supplier activity, as I've been saying. No longer an issue about whether we're on a equal playing field with the Mexicans.
Ms. Cito, how would it benefit? Would it benefit the farmers in British Columbia? This free trade that we got it done.
Absolutely. Farmers from British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Quebec, all provinces across Canada. Essentially, what the deal does is provide certainty in a very uncertain world at a times where things unrelated to trade affect trade. So, as some of my colleagues have said before, time to ratify CUSMA. The sooner, the better.
I would like to pass on to Rob Alpont, please.
Thank you, Mr. Dalwal. This is a question particularly for Ms. Day from the Council. And I'm wondering, in your modeling on the effects of a 2-year patent extension to the biologics, which would affect biosimilars, have you modeled in that and worked with groups like patient advocacy groups to understand the balancing of the need for new biologics and the extensive research that goes into them, as well as patient access, and then factored in reforms at the PMPRB, potential reforms at CADTH and CDR, as well as pharmacare plans, which are obviously being discussed after Dr. Hoskin's report?
Well, we are not.
Sorry, it's a loaded question, and I don't think it's fair to you in a way because you only have a minute. So I'll give you a minute and a half to answer the question. Go ahead.
Okay, well, we're not the economic modelers. What we're relying on is information from the parliamentary budget officer who has modeled that information and has looked at what would do to biosimilars and how that would act in the market and what those costs to pharmacare would. So I urge people to look at the parliamentary budget officer report, which answers a lot of those questions.
I would actually urge you to look at it too for what's not in that study of all the other factors. If you only add one factor in and not look at all the other possibilities, then you don't really get as good data as you could get. And I just think patient groups are having been a president of a patient group for 4 years, we looked at both access to medications as well as development of biologics, and we had a vested interest in both. And I would hope that the council has a vested interest in both the development of biologics as well as access for patient care.
Right, there's quite a lot of research on
we'll
how.
Have to leave it at that. Sorry. I'll have to leave it at that. I just kind of recommend that the MPs, if you have a good question, maybe you should load it up at the front end, and so then we can have a good dialogue, because I don't like going into overtime on the 5 minutes. So we're going to move over to, that's the first round done, folks, and we're going over to the second round, and Madam Ludwig, you got the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the witnesses today. My question is to Ms. Cito. You had mentioned in your testimony about different committees, a committee on trade, a working group, and a phytosanitary group. How does your consultation process work to feeding that back in consultation with government?
We are in constant contact with negotiators. We're never at the negotiating table, or never see the details, or have any access to any of the details. But it's a two-way communication with the officials and our members. Very plugged in. This is why we've gone to all the negotiating rounds and have remained in very close contact with them.
Okay, thank you. When we look at international trade or expanding to different markets, is there a skill gap that's there that government can help fill or support within your members?
It's a question that I think would be best addressed to some of our members directly. We're really focused essentially on trade liberalization at this time.
Okay, great, thank you. You had also mentioned about competitiveness, so certainly between urban and rural, and I represent a rural riding and also a coastal riding, so looking at ratifying NAFTA, it's certainly an important a trade deal for us in Atlantic Canada. How do you see that for your members in the Atlantic region?
I think the same is true whether it's in the Atlantic region or elsewhere across Canada. When the agriculture sector does well, it bodes well for the processing food sector as well. Those two sectors work really hand in hand. So when there are opportunities abroad, then it means greater growth and opportunities at home here. When we talk about competitive access to the world's markets, our members for sure do want to emphasize the importance of the North American market and therefore the need to ratify CUSMA as quickly as possible because it preserves the supply chains that have been developed in the agriculture and food sector across the continent, essentially. But our members are also very much looking forward to growth in Asian markets.
Right. So in terms of expansion then, on the innovation side, I can tell you that some of the farmers in my area have done, amazing work on the innovation, certainly working with government on that partnership. But when we're looking at the barns or as the chair had mentioned about the happy cows, what innovation opportunities do you think are before us in terms of expanding to different markets?
I think this would depend on the various sectors, commodities, and I'd be happy to have my members follow up directly with you on this.
Okay, thank you. And for Mr. Adams, my question to you is, stemming from my colleague, Mr. Peterson's question on the threat of President Trump ripping up the NAFTA agreement. Not only what impact would that have on the Canadian auto sector, but what impact might that have had or could have on the Canadian economy?
Well, I think if you look at the automotive industry in Canada, it's an industry of hundreds of thousands of people, from Mr. Volpe's members through the whole vehicle assembly sector as well. And I think if you don't have access to the United States, you really, in effect, don't have a Canadian automotive industry because the Canadian economy cannot absorb the production coming out of those plants. So it is, as was referred to earlier, an existential threat to not only the automotive industry in Canada, but also the Canadian economy. And the automotive industry, I think, comprises, if I'm not mistaken, about 12% of Canadian GDP.
Great. Do I have more time?
You only have a half a minute if you want to let go, or quick. If you want a quick question.
Rob, do you have a quick question?
No, he doesn't. There's no such thing as a quick 30-second question.
That's true.
I would just go on more about pharmaceuticals and biologics.
I think we're going to move on because I don't want to get in trouble here, and we're going to move over to Conservatives now. Mr. Hoback, you got the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, witnesses, for being here and for attending in video conference. Ms. Atoa, maybe I'll start with you. And actually, Mr. Volpe, you talked about you wanted this ratified right away. I just want some clarification. When you say right away, do you mean in sync with the U.S., or do you want us to go ahead of the U.S. in the ratification process?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
I just want clarification.
I'm not the member for Eglinton Lawrence, so I have a different perspective here. I would say it's very important for this government to show, especially the Democrat Congress, that we're serious about this deal and that we're independently going down a ratification process. It's a delicate balance of economic diplomacy there, but I would like for our stance to be firmly in the publicly saying we're going to ratify. We're expecting that you're going to ratify. We support this deal. We all have common interests, but not to suggest that. By the way, we'll wait for you, and we'll see how it goes.
Just the concerns about any changes at the last minute in the U.S. is the concern I have here. But
I don't know how you reopen an agreement.
It's the side agreements and the side letters and stuff like that.
Fair enough.
I want to see that before.
Sure.
Will it change anything? I don't know, but I want to see it for sure. Ms. Ito, is that the same interpretation you'd have, that you'd want to see it done now and we'll take whatever we take, or do you want to see it move along with the U.S.?
Our members want to see the agreement implemented as soon as possible, quickly. I won't comment on the sequencing because essentially our members want to see it implemented quickly so they can realize the benefits of the agreement.
They just want to see it done at the end of the day once everybody agrees, and I agree with that. So then when we look at the agreement in itself, when I look at the beef producers and grain producers, in that scenario, do you see any real change in market access? Do you see any real change in the supply chains and how they're going to operate? And do you see any harmonization when it comes to regulatory requirements for new medications, standards, stuff like that? Just anything there you identify that has been an improvement compared to what we had before?
Question. I understand that our members from the Canadian Parliament will appear right
so you
after
want me
this,
to
so I
ask them
will
that?
let them address this. On the others, there are some minor improvements for some processed food products, which I have mentioned and are welcome news for our members. There are also some new mechanisms. I did mention a few committees, the Agriculture Committee, the Committee on Biotechnology as well, which will serve as forums to address trade irritants and will help ensure that trade continues to flow as freely as possible.
Okay, I appreciate that. Mr. Adams, you talk about global automakers. You know, one thing I look at Canada, we've got now lots of market access around the world. We've got a labor force second to none. It's educated. It's there. What is preventing more of the global auto players not relocating in Canada? If I look at it, Canada, you could do a platform here and you could supply anywhere in the world. So why are we not seeing that investment happening here? Why is it being hesitant? What's the issue?
Well, I would say probably what you're dealing with is essentially historical. If you look at the plants that are presently operating in Canada right now, they're all put in Canada to serve the North American marketplace and the North American marketplace exclusively. That's not to say that with the CETA, as you noted, and with other trade agreements, that Canada couldn't become an export platform to these other countries. But right now, those assembly facilities, at least as far as my members are concerned, Honda and Toyota, the North American marketplace is basically taking all of the production that they can assemble right now, because they're assembling, frankly, product that's very attractive in the North American marketplace. So that may come with time, but going back to a statement I made earlier, if you're looking at investment right now, you're looking at the certain place to invest, and without this agreement being done, the certain place to invest is the United States.
So then I look at it, Mr. Volpe, maybe go to your side of things. You talked about 3 facilities on the OEM side, but I look at it differently. I look at it, U.S. is not going to get any more market access. They are not going to do any more trade agreements, I think, under this administration. I just don't think it's going to happen. But Canada already has them. So why haven't we leveraged that fact and actually said, you know what, you can actually have a facility in the U.S., take care of the domestic market, I get it, but you could actually have another facility 2 hours north, and you can export all around the world from that facility. So why haven't we leveraged that? What is the thing that's holding them back? Is it our competitiveness? Is it the taxation? Is it the unionization? What are the issues that's keeping them from coming up north?
Do you know, I make that pitch all over the world from a private sector standpoint, but I make it. The global automakers, not David's group, but small G global, have moved to a trend, especially in the last couple decades, of build where you sell. The Canadian market is saturated. The American market is the real target. The American market is 17 million sales a year, but they make 12 million vehicles a year. So the real pitch is come to Canada to sell to Americans. Because especially if you're in a volume business and not premium vehicles, you're operating in a single-digit EBITDA. You could eat up that single-digit margin by then having to export across the Atlantic and the Pacific. So to clarify the question, and I think we have similar ones, is why not Canada? I think the USMCA, CUSMA, whatever we're calling it, will help to answer that question a little bit if the U.S. does that second step, which is do Fortress North America, their tariff threat to make it more expensive to import into the U.S. Canada could be the best place, considering what we've done, what this agreement has done to weaken the prospects of Mexico, to fill that 5 million U.S. demand gap. I do know that we are in very serious, these are long-term discussions, but very serious long-term discussions with OEMs from Europe and from Asia. And my expectation is that once this gets ratified, we're going to see 1 or 2 new ones show up here. There are all kinds of other issues of competitiveness, some of those provincial jurisdiction. We have a government in Ontario that is transactional in that space, and I think working together with the industry, you might see some positive results.
Yeah. Them rationalize their domestic production to one facility in the U.S. and then they went to Asia.
Right.
Why didn't we grab that second facility and say you can still export to Asia, and you're only 2 hours away or 3 hours away?
We got Mr. Holbach. I don't know if you got a clock over there, but my clock reads almost 7 minutes.
Oh, really?
They were really good questions and answers, but
Here's
I think we got to.
It's
Go ahead, sir.
a very complicated negotiation with a publicly traded company that has has a ticker symbol issues and distribution issues, and so
There's just more to the equation.
Yeah, there's way more to it. Yeah.
Just for a comment, I think when we had the Japanese automakers we had them for lunch, and one of the things they were looking at Canada was also a stepping stone, not just for the United States, but with our new European agreement. So we would hope that would also bode well. But I know it's a bigger leap across the pond. But is there some thinking that way also?
In the CETA, there is tariff-free export of vehicles under a quota, and it's 100,000 a year shared with everybody. So what the CETA represents isn't necessarily a singular business case to manufacture here or export. It is an opportunity for current manufacturers to diversify where their current plant's business is. It may strengthen Honda's business in Alliston, but the quota is over by the time you get to 3 months worth of production in one plant, and we've got 10.
Thank you, and we're going to the Liberals now. Mr. Fonseca, you got the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to thank the witnesses just for highlighting how integrated our economies are, and also highlighting the need to get this deal done and get it done as quickly as possible. So, and what has come to light is, and this doesn't always happen, but we've got both from along the political spectrum as well as business and the people that we represent in all of our ridings. I just want to read out to you, like the Business Council of Canada said, we applaud the government's success in negotiating comprehensive and high standard agreement on North America. Or we've got people like Jerry Dias. The auto industry should be absolutely thrilled. This framework delivers significant improvements in auto, Unifor called for, increased rules of origin, et cetera, et cetera. So very, very, very supportive. Also, we have, I believe I saw a quote here from Hassan Youssef, the president of the Canadian Labour Congress. The new NAFTA gets it right on labor provisions. So from right across the spectrum, what we're hearing is support, and I think that support is to bring that access to the North American market, that certainty, and then understanding that what that translates into is more business, more jobs, a better quality of life here for all of us in Canada. I want to go to the rules of origin and looking at the parts. It's changed so much when it's come to auto. Now it seems like we're really on four wheels in a computer. Can you kind of highlight for us a little bit about what's happened in terms of the parts? You said they added 50% more in terms of parts of the cars.
The challenge of getting the rules of origin in autos is recognizing that the current rules of origin were written in 1994 when the max amount of electronics you have in your car might be the trip computer where you press the button and reset. Now about 30% of the value of a vehicle, not the weight, but the value of a vehicle is in electronics, hard and soft. There's more lines of code in a Chevy Cruze than there is in a Boeing Dreamliner. The rules that said 62.5% of a vehicle has to be locally sourced to sell tariff-free only told half the story. They missed all this new content, and the effective rate was probably around 53%. The new rules, the debate around the new rules is how do we capture all those high added value pieces, both from a Canadian perspective, and I know the Americans were after that as well, and not always chase those commoditized pieces that follow the lowest labor wage rate of pieces that went to Mexico. I think we've achieved that balance. It is a balance because people like David's members, if they didn't commit to meeting those new standards because they were too high and the tariff penalty was too low, then my members wouldn't get anything out of it. There's a balance struck across North America between the automakers and the legislators and the suppliers that we are going to make a real effort to get there, and we're going to see some higher added value stuff come our way.
Yeah, so this would be like, positioning ourselves as a global center for AI and what that means in terms of future autos.
If you overlay the IT map, the IT cluster map of North America with the automotive manufacturing cluster map of North America. The only place where the two overlap in a material way is in southwestern Ontario, with real honorable mention to Montreal.
That's great to hear. And,
yeah.
and is that so? You talked about $6 to $8 billion investment that you can see in
$6 to $8 billion in incremental supply purchases annually
in the horizon. Yeah,
Yeah.
And that would include many of what we just discussed.
BC,
Yep.
Ottawa to Windsor, and Montreal area all will win that.
Time?
Yeah, you
No.
got a half a minute.
Okay, and just to Claire, I know we're talking about CUSMA here, but also with TPP and CETA, and now how do you see Canada positioned in terms of an export country?
So today we are the 5th largest exporter of agri-food products in the world and we're well positioned to continue to supply high quality and safe products to the world's markets. Our members are very pleased with the CPTPP ratification and we're starting to see some positive uptake and results from in particular the beef, pork sector, some really positive stories on the canola side as well, and hopefully a sign of what's to come. Our members really want to see more of these expansions in Asia, which is where our members see a future growth coming from. We also did mark the entry into force of the CETA agreement. 18 months after the agreement came into force. However, our exports to the EU have dropped by close to 10%. Now, I want to be careful because there are many reasons that explain that number, prices and demand coming from other markets as well. Essentially, the problem right now with the CETA agreement, although there are huge opportunities, there are also still outstanding issues with respect to meat products and biotech approvals
Yeah, we're going to have to
in this
we're
part of the
gonna have
world.
to, we're going to have to move on here. We went over the time there, and Mr. Kerry, you got the floor for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. I think everybody around the table are concerns about jobs and Canadian jobs. And again, coming from a manufacturing community, there's a recognition that Canada in particular, we rely on trade. And I think your comment, I take it quite well that, come to Canada to sell to the United States. And moving forward, for the immediate future, we have to position ourselves to be competitive internationally as North Americans, and trade is just a part of that. Like Mr. Hoback said, if you're just looking at trade agreements, we should be the place to be, but we have to look at the big picture. The high cost of energy, I hear that over and over in Ontario because of bad policy, the regulatory uncertainty, productivity, taxes, things along those lines. And according to Leva data, this deal will likely increase the cost of production here in Canada. I think it was 41% of 100 US-based auto execs said the costs of manufacturing here will go up at least 10% over the next 3 years, or up to 25%. It means higher costs for consumers. And my worry is that tipping point where I said earlier, it may get to a point where some manufacturers, instead of building in North America, they may just say, you know what, it's too complicated, too costly, especially in Canada. We're just going to pay the 2.5% tariff. So I was wondering, what should the Canadian government do to make sure that we can use this agreement to its full potential so that we remain competitive and we don't get to that tipping point where we lose the supply chain jobs building those products here in North America? Maybe, Flavia, if you can start, and then Dave.
Sure. There will be cost increases, and I think organizations like the Center for Automotive Research in Michigan have articulated those to be around 5%. 5% is important to a consumer, for sure, but also 5% is important to the competitiveness of our sector. But to be clear, the cost increases are in the repatriation of purchases to manufacturing towns all over the Great Lakes on both sides of the border, as opposed to where their trend has been to low-cost jurisdictions that build at a global level, like China and Vietnam and Malaysia. And so I think that is one of the softs that isn't as clearly negative as some people have made it to be. The fact of the matter is that there are structural issues that need to be addressed in terms of the cost structure. A lot of those are provincial, and I see real movement in some of those, including the cost of electricity. From a Canadian government point of view, it really is a coordination with the province on targeting new investment. You're not going to land Mitsubishi alone. And so you can go sell a trade deal, but you better go with the province. And the same advice I give to the province. And certainly I've given this advice to both stripes. This is getting new investment, greenfield investments, like bidding for a professional franchise or the Olympics. There is a distaste in the public to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to land a General Motors plant. But you know, in your riding, when you lose one, your mindset changes a bit. And so I think this government also it's incumbent on this government to communicate the benefits of going out and bidding for plants that left Windsor. They don't come back. And the ROI on some of these investments is 3 years, both through the personal tax base and through the corporate tax base. And everybody kind of shies away, everybody's party shies away from having to be the one to defend it. But frankly, you know, we lost to Hyundai Kia to Georgia because they outbid us. We lost Toyota, Subaru to Mississippi because they outbid us. And so one of the things that's important in government is not to worry about, sometimes you got to do the tough things and go out and sell it, that we're going to be very aggressive. Yeah, we're going to work on this price of electricity. I want to see it. But damn it, we got to go out there and bid on this stuff.
You know what, to Mr. Volpe, you don't have to tell me that.
Yeah, I know.
Because during the economic downturn, there was a lot of pressure, but we did work with the auto industry to save the auto industry, especially the impacts in Southern Ontario. That's why it was such a big disappointment for me to lose a plant, General Motors, in Oshawa, because they will be investing these once-in-a-generation investments, whether it's electrical vehicles, autonomous vehicles, and to see that go, that was something that was really, really disappointing and unfortunate for, I don't think it's just Oshawa, but all of Ontario. But Mr. Adams, could you please comment on that? What does the government have to do?
Time is up. Sorry, Mr.
What
Carey.
is it? Okay.
So we wouldn't want you taking any time from Miss Ramsey now, would we? She only has 3
luck
minutes.
trying.
So go ahead, Miss Ramsey. You got the floor. 3 minutes.
Thank you, and of course, you know, I think picking up on that theme of my colleague, you know, 400,000 manufacturing jobs have been lost in Canada. It's so significant, and without government at the table in a real way to attract that investment, I don't know that anything we put in any agreement will be able to address this really serious fundamental challenge that we have. But my question, I want to go to Ms. Day because she mentioned. We talked about regulations, about regulatory cooperation and practices, which is Chapter 28. And, you know, trade deals routinely limit the ability of countries to regulate and how we regulate in certain areas like public health, food safety, rail safety, workers' health and safety. You know, there are a lot of rules and trade agreements on how governments can make policy and regulations. And the new NAFTA, the CUSMA, has been criticized for going even further. I wonder if you can comment on this, please.
This is what we were talking about, that most of the trade agreements have very little now to do with tariffs, and the traditional trade agreements are going more into the regulatory space. And so you see that with ISDS, the Investor State Dispute Settlement, which is in quite a number of trade agreements, including CETA and CPTPP, which give corporations the ability to sue governments when policy or rules are changed. But the new trend has been within CETA, within TPP, and with NAFTA. And it's somewhat in the old NAFTA. We also have regulatory cooperation councils outside of NAFTA. But these, with each agreement, this regulatory cooperation is becoming more and more and more intense. So with CETA, we see it as a voluntary thing where the two sides meet and talk about regulations, and there's committees. With the CPTPP, it becomes much more intense. And with the new NAFTA, this becomes even more intense. So now what we have is that we've gotten rid of the ISDS, so we can no longer sue for when regulations get in the way of profits. But you have now a dispute settlement. So now when a corporation or an interested party doesn't feel that the regulatory cooperation things have been respected, they can go to state dispute settlement. So now they have a mechanism to challenge regulations. The other thing they have is kind of a backdoor. So they have a process where their stakeholders are consulted at the beginning and towards the end before it goes to while the regulation is being hatched. So that means that a regulatory body is being forced to, first of all, defend its rule. It has to do a cost-benefit analysis. It has to defend whether it has to legislate it in the first place. It has to defend whether these rules are so-called science-based. Now, it might sound that this is interesting, but what it means is that we cannot use the precautionary principle. So therefore, the burden is on the regulator to say, you know, this regulation will harm X person. It's not on the company to say my product is safe. And so these are very important ways that regulatory cooperation can affect how a regulation sees the light of day. And the problem of that is that these are semi-transparent committees. They're not committees that civil society does not have the same mechanisms or the same resources to sit on these committees and hatch the rules. But they are this is an extra parliamentary space. This is a space above our democracies where corporations from 3 countries are actually having a say on our rules and have a dispute mechanism if they don't like them.
Okay. Thank you. We have one left. Mr. Sheehan, you've got the floor.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much to the presenters today. I guess I'll pick up on what the last panel was talking about how critical the 232 lifting of the tariffs on steel and aluminum are, lifting of the counter tariffs that we had put in place, are important. I think more Canadians and Americans are extremely aware of the integrated market that we have between the United States and Canada. As a result of what had happened, for instance, Algoma Steel, I use that as an example, or in Washington and other places where product is sourced from 4 states, Michigan, Minnesota, iron ore, the coal comes from Pennsylvania and West Virginia. It's put into the transportation networks and sent up to Algoma Steel, and then it's made into steel. And that the steel produced at Algoma and many other steel makers in Canada basically go into 1/3 goes into the auto industry, 1/3 goes into energy, and 1/3 goes into manufacturing. So I guess I'll start with Mr. Volpe, because you have a good Sault Ste. Marie name. There's lots of Volpes there. How important was that to your membership in getting the tariffs lifted?
The tariffs were a fair bit of madness. Somebody deciding to put a tariff on good that's going to be borne by consumers in his own country to prove a point that nobody understood. The fact of the matter is that for 10 months, we all paid it. The Canadian counter tariffs, which I thought were tactically important to do, in some cases were more disruptive to some of our members' business because of the very nature of that cross-border trade. The fact that we were able to get them lifted, it took a while, but with them gone, it's a big relief on the industry on both sides of the borders. I also point out that what was unique about that was I think it was the first rupture between the Republican Senators Caucus and the White House. So it was important enough that they felt enough pain from our retaliatory measures that they worked. I just don't, that 10 months of lost productivity for some very important facilities, it's going to take a while to undo.
I agree with that, and I'm going to go to Toronto now. Glad to see you could make it into work after all that big traffic jam for the Raptors party. So to you, sir, the chair had mentioned we had met with Honda and Toyota as well, and some of the conversations that I've had not only with them but with other automakers was, and some people had alluded to about Trump saying he was going to rip up the free trade agreement. However, he did not do that, but he did introduce a sunset clause of 5 years. How important was it to the auto industry not to have a 5-year sunset clause?
Well, it's like anything else. I think certainty is key, and long-term certainty is key. And having a 5-year sunset clause is it's very short time frame in the overall scheme of automotive investment and automotive planning. So I think not to have that in place is, it was very important at the end of the day. I'll just leave it at that for the sake of time.
Very much so. And so I guess, the obvious question that I'd asked before about the 232, if it was ever extended to the auto industry, the ramifications, and just get it on record from you, please.
Yeah, I think the fact that the side letters are in place right now, not waiting for the ratification of the agreement, are important. They're not ideal, but I think they do provide protection for the manufacturers, automobile manufacturers in the Canadian marketplace.
So I guess with the auto manufacturers and also the parts, overall, your opinions of the deal as it is today versus where we were 10 months ago, would you suggest that we do this as soon as possible? What kind of time frames would you suggest that the government follows in a ratification process?
I think it's already been mentioned that, the holdup is not Mexico, the holdup is not Canada, the holdup is actually the U.S. Congress. And it remains to be seen what's going to transpire down there. But I think, as has been mentioned by other panelists, it's important to put the best foot forward and to show a clear indication that Canada is willing and ready to ratify this agreement. The exact specificities around the timing, I'll leave that alone, I guess, but I think it's just important to ensure that the message is loud and clear that we're ready and willing to ratify this agreement.
That's it.
That's your time, Mr. Sheehan. And that wraps up this panel, and good dialogue, good presentations, good questions. Witnesses, thank you very much for coming. This was a kind of a short notice, this meeting, for you to make yourself available. And so we're going to have another panel coming up. We're going to take a short 10-minute break. And so everybody have a good day. And we're going to come back probably at 11:30. And we will get also some submissions from the public if they have. And you're welcome to see our report when it comes to it. So thank you very much. We're just going to suspend for 10 minutes. and welcome to our International Trade Committee. The most vibrant, active one on the Hill, some say. We get a lot of things done. We've been very busy the last few years with the various trade agreements. We did a lot of traveling, especially all to the United States in the last couple of years dealing with this agreement. Of course, this is today we're talking about Bill C-100, and we're doing a pre-study. And this is our third panel we're having. And welcome, folks, and thank you for short notice of making it here. Many of you traveled across the country to be here with us today. It's an important agreement. It has a big impact on many Canadians, and many of you have been here before. We hope you to do a presentation around 5 minutes, give or take. It's fine. That gives us lots of time for dialogue with the MPs. Without further ado, I think we're going to get right into it. If everybody's ready, and maybe we'll start off with Chief Perry Belgrade from the Assembly of First Nations. Welcome again, sir. It's not your first time here.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Nista pikskin ne hen obsisi ne naskamun. Ken naskom tenwa kakia no timtik ne wako magnak. Taple miasin anuska kiskau. Algonquins chinishna bek ken naskom tenwa kakio. Just a little bit in Cree, Chairman Mark. I'm very happy to be here, acknowledging you all as friends and relatives to all the distinguished members of the committee. I also acknowledge the Algonquin peoples for hosting this on their ancestral lands. So for me, from our AFN, again, happy to be here. I wanted to share some perspectives, and I'm very honored to speak here on behalf of the Assembly of First Nations regarding Bill C-100. I'll also say a few words about the process to negotiate, ratify, and implement the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement. Now, trade in resources and goods in this land, I always say, began with us, the Indigenous peoples. And the participation now, though, in 2019, in international trade, should not be seen merely as part of history. So going forward, how do we get more involved? And as self-determining peoples, we have interests and rights respecting today's international trade agreements. We've always said for far too long, we have not seen the benefits from international trade flow to their businesses or to our communities as First Nations people. These facts should form a part of legal and political frameworks when Canada explores new free trade agreements. I've always said, from a First Nations perspective in Canada, whenever Canada goes out to negotiate or discuss anything from softwood lumber, the trees, anything from potash, southern Saskatchewan, anything from uranium in the north, or any oil, coal, whatever natural resource is, Indigenous peoples should be involved and should be participating. Because again, there's the respect or reference that we still have unextinguished Aboriginal title and rights to the land and territory and resources. Simple fact. And so we need to be involved. So when Canada welcomed me on the NAFTA Advisory Committee, Minister Chrystia Freeland, it was very important because to date Indigenous peoples weren't involved. And we also had Indigenous officials working as part of the working group. So in the end, we'll say that this work resulted in the most inclusive international trade agreement for Indigenous peoples to date. It's not perfect, but to date, it's the best that we have in Canada. So with the ratification of the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement, we would take a step to make international trade more aware of and more equitable in its treatment of Indigenous peoples, and especially for Indigenous women entrepreneurs. So we still have more work to do. We believe the Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement is a step in the right direction with the new general exception for Indigenous rights with respect to inherent and Aboriginal and treaty rights, as well with specific preferences to carve out procurement benefits and other opportunities for Indigenous businesses and service providers. There's also a promise of future cooperation to enhance Indigenous businesses, and importantly, the investor-state dispute settlement process will be phased out for Canada, which was a threat to Indigenous people's rights. So this is the groundwork for positive change. While Canada-United States-Mexico Agreement is a new example of the difference it makes to engage with Indigenous peoples at an early stage, there must be increased opportunities for First Nations participation, and not only in international trade negotiations, but as well trade missions. Canada should extend an official role for First Nations in negotiations of all international agreements on trade and investments that impact inherent treaty Aboriginal rights. This would better reflect a nation-to-nation relationship and the whole of government commitment by Canada to implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. And in addition, the inclusion of First Nations leads to better decisions and better outcomes. Now, in regard to Bill C-100, this is what I'm recommending to all the committee members here, that there should be in place a non-derogation clause. It's a safe clause. Like nothing in this agreement will affect existing Aboriginal treaty rights, which are affirmed in Section 35 of Canada's Constitution. So I'm making that recommendation. And it's interpreted and implemented consistent with those rights in Section 35. All implementation, it's good to have it ratified by Canada, United States, Mexico on one hand, but each nation state will come back and do some sort of legislation for the implementation. So that's the piece we're looking at making the recommendation to. I'm not advising we open up the agreement. No. No. Leave it the way it is. But move in tandem with the other two countries to get it ratified. We have to be careful. Not too fast, not too slow. Because if one of these three countries doesn't get it ratified, it's not a deal that's going to be implemented. So, it's not just the international trade and investment agreements that can impact on our rights, but also how the agreement is implemented through domestic, regulatory, and policy matters. That has to be looked at. Once the agreement is ratified, we must work together to realize the economic gains and ensure that the provisions related to Indigenous peoples in international trade agreements are implemented in a manner that brings greater economic equity to First Nations peoples. The first area where Indigenous peoples can see the benefits from this agreement is in the area of government procurement. Always a big thing. Procurement, procurement, procurement. And everybody says it's low-hanging fruit. This should be easy. It's low-hanging fruit on procurement. So Canada must move from policies and objectives for procuring goods and services from First Nation businesses to mandatory requirements. Mandatory requirements. So our Assembly of First Nation is ready to work with Canada to make sure that we develop legislation together for social procurement that benefits First Nations and other Indigenous peoples. The only other thing I'd like to share here before concluding that there's 3 or 4 very important bills we want to see passed before this week's up. C-91 on languages, C-92 on child welfare, C-262, private members bill, and C-337 as well. All need to get passed. And if in the event that legislation is called back, those should become informed the priority. But we're hoping and praying that all MPs, all the leadership here in Parliament Hill will get behind and pass those pieces of legislation as soon as possible. So that's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. I got one quick question for you. Like you said, this is one of the first agreements that, the Indigenous people of Canada had a big role in. What about the other two countries? Did you see anybody at the table in the United States and Mexico with their Indigenous people? Were they involved at all, or did you have any dialogue with them?
With our counterparts in the United States, the National Congress of American Indians, I went down and made a presentation to the chiefs, and they passed a resolution to support the inclusion of an Indigenous Peoples chapter within NAFTA 2, our USMCA agreement, Canada-USMCA agreement, and so they supported that. And so that was brought to the table through the negotiators. And so even meeting with the Vice President, and even a couple of years ago or a year ago, when the negotiators were meeting, the USA negotiators weren't aware of the NCAI resolution to support. And our negotiator from Canada says, oh, we just happen to have the evidence that they do support it. And it was a resolution passed. So we've included that portion. And so we went down there as AFN to make that presentation. A little more challenging in Mexico with the Indigenous peoples there. It's not as organized or unified. So we haven't done that piece of work. But there is definitely support from the Indigenous tribes on the United States side for this USMCA, and it's done via resolution.
Thank you. We're going to go to our next panelist. We have from the music industry of Quebec, Madame Durand. You got the floor. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for having me at this important meeting you're having on this bill, C-100. I'm here as a representative of the music industry in Quebec, but I will just tell you that we are in Quebec, but we represent most of the Francophone Canadian Francophone artists in Canada. And the people that I represent are the entrepreneurs. They're not artists, but they're associated to these artists. I'm here to as my in my capacity of the co-chair of the Canadian Coalition of Diversity of Cultural Expressions. That's an association which represent mostly 30 organizations in Canada in all cultural milieu, music, movies, literature, and so on. So I have the two hats on my head when I talked about that. My presentation is mostly in French, so if you feel that you need any translation device, please feel free to do so. So, donc.
So now, it's a pleasure to be here with you. It's rare that we are sitting around the same table, the music industry, the cultural industry, sitting down with people from the First Nations. That's more usual, but I'm sitting with people from the automotive sector, the pharmaceutical sector. So it's rare that we're sitting around the same table, but obviously these negotiations, which covered all sectors, have a very important impact on the cultural sector, and we're very happy to have been associated with this process at each and every stage. What I'm hearing today, whether it be the pharmaceutical or the automobile or agricultural sectors, I think that we're all very proud of Canadian businesses that we have here. We're proud of the products produced by these sectors, and what I've been hearing over the past few years is that it is important for these businesses in Canada that the government ensure that they are protected and that they continue to participate in the wealth of Canada. The same thing, we're hearing the same thing from the federal government and the provincial governments for the cultural sector. With respect to the cultural sector, it is very clear that the talent of artists, the talent of accompanying entrepreneurs are very important as they are for other economic sectors. We have to have our space to exist, to prosper, and to also reach the public. So Canada, well, we've understood this for many years now because over the past 45 years, we have established cultural policies as the issues have arisen. We're envied throughout the world when we talk to other countries who are putting in place their culture policies. Canada really has a very good, is envied by all. There's one sector that's very important for us. It's this quota, the content of Francophone music that has to be aired on the internet, has to be aired 60% of the time on radio. And that's Canadian music for the most part. So as far as we're concerned, this was an important development tool for our culture. So much so that our French friends from France have copied this back in 1997. They now have a 40% content quota. And since then, they have seen a surge in French production and promotion of French artists. All of this was made possible because in Canada, we kept our ability to establish our own cultural policies, despite the fact that we have signed many trade agreements over the years. And the purpose of these agreements has been to liberalize trade amongst the countries and to introduce measures that are in favor of their own nation. This cultural extension was negotiated for the first time in the Free Trade Agreement in 1987, and this has arisen many times and renewed in the new negotiating process with the United States and Mexico. So we're very proud of the fact that the government did maintain this exemption.
A minute or so just to wrap up your
Yes, I will wrap up.
Okay.
Seulement pour vous dire que
Just to say that the cultural exemption was important in the past in order to ensure that Canada was able to have its own policies, and it's even more important today in electronic trade. And as I've heard from many members from the government say, culture cannot be negotiated in trade agreements because it is so important to our values and our identity. So we're very happy that this has been maintained by Canada, and we would invite you to be very careful and ensure that throughout the agreement that this cultural lens be used. Cultural exemption is very important. It has to be maintained, even when we're talking about electronic trade. Thank you.
We're going over to Canadian Cattlemen's Association. Welcome, folks. Hope the cabin went well this spring.
Perfect spring for it.
Good show. Good show.
Well, good morning, and I'd like to thank the committee for allowing us to speak to it. My name's Bob Lowe. I'm a rancher and feedlot operator in southern Alberta. I'm also the current vice president of the Canadian Cattlemen's Association, the national voice of Canada's 60,000 beef operations. The CCA has long been an advocate for free trade, open markets, and of particular relevance today, CUSMA. Under both NAFTA and CUSMA, the beef industry of Canada, the United States, and Mexico have and will enjoy reciprocal duty-free trade between our countries. This is how free trade should work, and preservation of this trade access was a high priority for the Canadian beef industry in the NAFTA renegotiation process. The experience of the North American beef cattle industries under NAFTA is testament of the value of trade agreements. Canada exports approximately half of its beef production, and usually the U.S. is a destiny for 70 to 75% of those exports. Under NAFTA, Canadian beef exports to the U.S. have quadrupled in total value from $500 million in 1995 to $2 billion in 2018, plus another $1.2 billion in live cattle exports. Beef exports to Mexico have grown nearly 30-fold in value from $3.7 million in 1995 to $110 million in 2018. On the import side, Canada imported $943 million worth of U.S. beef and $37 million worth of Mexican beef in 2018. The Canada-U.S.-Mexico agreement will allow beef producers across all three of our countries to continue to grow and prosper, and in fact, we have jointly submitted a letter of support for swift CUSMA ratification to our three governments. I'd like to give an example of how CAFTA helps me on my own operation. When I sell my cattle, I seek bids from packer buyers in both the U.S. and Canada. Even if I sell at home, I know that I've gotten the best price because the Canadian buyers know I have an option to sell into the U.S. market. If that border wasn't open, it's not hard for me to imagine getting $500 less per animal. Furthermore, access to markets around the world ensures that the meat packer is able to sell to the customers willing to pay the most for each beef cut, which in turn maximizes the value I get for my cattle. For example, skirt meats might not be a product you know of, but it is one that sells extremely well into the southern U.S. and Mexico. If the packer sells those cuts for more, then they can pay more for my cattle. Access to global markets, including the North American market, means on average that each carcass is worth $600 more than it would be if we were only able to sell into the Canadian market. Of course, trade must go two ways, and here in Canada we import products that Canadians like, such as steaks, roasts, and ground beef from the U.S. and Mexico. The value of NAFTA and the future implementation of CUSMA cannot be overstated in regard to the positive impact on the Canadian economy. Today, the Canadian beef industry, Canada's largest ag sector, contributes $17 billion to GDP while generating 228,000 jobs, with further growth on the horizon. Every job in the beef sector yields another 3.56 jobs elsewhere in the economy. And I'd like now to ask John to describe some of the more specific aspects of the agreement.
Great. Thanks, Bob. Yeah, so going into this negotiation, as Bob laid out, we kind of liked the NAFTA the way it was. It was good for us. We had good unlimited access to the U.S. A few little issues here and there, but for the most part, we went into that negotiation with the objective of keeping the tariff-free, quota-free access that we had. We've heard about the U.S. putting tariffs on things, so we were glad to see that was achieved. We wanted to keep the rules of origin the way they are, that as long as the animals are processed in the NAFTA zone, then the meat is able to benefit from the NAFTA provisions. We wanted to resist efforts to bring the mandatory country of origin labeling back in the U.S. that cost us billions of dollars between 2008 and 2015. So we were glad for that U.S. law to go by the wayside in 2015. And there were definitely efforts in the U.S. to seek to bring that requirement back in the NAFTA. So we're glad to see that was resisted, and that did not make it as part of the result. Also, again, related to the COOL and other issues, we have been a user of the dispute settlement provisions in NAFTA and the WTO. We want to make sure those provisions remain strong, and we were glad to see those stay in there. There were a few things that we wanted to see as regulatory improvements, more related to the efficiency of the border transaction, whether that's for sending live cattle or for beef across the border. Technically, those wouldn't necessarily be things in the agreement, but where we ended up with, there was some discussion about putting a meat annex in that would have some provisions, commitments related to improving those procedures. In the end, that wasn't in there, but there are commitments and structures in terms of regulatory cooperation that we were glad to see in there. So I think just kind of overall, we're happy with the result. And we would like to see the NAFTA 2.0 be ratified as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for coming in front of our committee again. We have one panelist left, and save the best to the last,
yeah,
is it?
yes.
Mr. DeCaro from Unifor, welcome, and you got the floor for 5 minutes.
Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chair, and honorable members of the committee and staff. Thanks for the invitation to appear before you today. My name is Angelo DeCaro. I work as a national representative and trade policy analyst in the research department at Unifor. I do apologize if folks were expecting our national president, Jerry Diaz, to be here. I know he livens things up quite a bit, so you've got a good second prize in this case from Unifor. So apologize for that. So for folks who don't know, Unifor is Canada's largest union in the private sector. We represent about 315,000 members that work in nearly every industrial sector, including trade-dependent sectors such as auto parts, various manufacturing, forestry, and resources. And as many know, Unifor was a fully engaged stakeholder in the NAFTA renegotiation process. Unifor and its predecessor unions has been a staunch critic of the NAFTA and trade agreements like it, agreements that have bestowed extraordinary privileges upon investors, agreements that have forced a competitive imbalance with often unscrupulous trading partners to the detriment of workers and fundamental labor rights. For our union, the occasion of NAFTA's renegotiation was a once-in-a-generation opportunity to shift our trade priorities, fashion a deal that corrected some of the worst aspects of trade policy, and signal that trade reform is not only desirable, but also necessary. We know Canada's trade performance has weakened, that economic inequality festers, and access to good jobs has become more fleeting. And without overstating it, under CUSMA, there is some reason for optimism. The New Deal strikes down controversial investor-to-state dispute settlement privileges under NAFTA's Chapter 11. This is the first time we have done that in any Canadian trade pact. The New Deal eliminates so-called proportionality rules that sought to limit Canada's management of energy production and exports. It preserves, as was stated, a very necessary cultural policy carve-out, despite sustained and very real pressure by the U.S. media industry to whittle this down. It also corrects a broadcast policy misstep of the previous federal government, on the issue of simultaneous substitution that is spelled out in Bill C-100, which is very welcome news. To some degree, the CUSMA acknowledges the failings also of current trade treaties, notably the CPTPP, and their inability to promote fundamental labor rights. The final text on labor standards is far superior to the NAFTA in its current form, although still at a distance from the initial and very ambitious text that was sought by Canada's negotiators. Bill C-100 spells out the conditions in the CIMA, for instance, that make preferential tariffs now impermissible in cases of forced labor. That change is long overdue and must now apply to all of our trading partners. Important labor law reforms prescribed within a special annex swing a sledgehammer at what is a broken and rotted Mexican industrial relations system. Compliance measures introduced by the Mexican Senate are a good first step, but they do need regular, careful, and proactive oversight and enforcement to be meaningful. On auto, as was explained in the previous panel, the CUSMA sets bold new standards for made in North America cars and parts, as well as a never-before-seen market access condition premised on high-wage labor. The terms are complex and they are not without flaws, but nonetheless a marked departure from standard trade rules that have failed to grow and support our auto sector. All that said, there's no denying there are concerns with this deal. New market access rights to the Canadian dairy market clearly threaten farmers, while extended patent terms for life-saving drugs, originally conceded to the U.S. in the first iteration of the Trans-Pacific Partnership, is, in our view, a step backward. Any opportunity to reverse course on these treaty terms and concessions should be carefully considered by the federal government prior to CUSMA coming into effect. So just to close, the handful of key measures that I've noted above, the CUSMA is an encouraging departure from the original NAFTA. The expression of advanced progressive priorities in trade negotiations is an important shift in Canada's policy frame, one we hope will continue. Does the CUSMA signal a progressive reshaping of trade policy in Canada? No. Was such an objective even feasible under the current U.S. administration? Probably not. What we have, though, is a renewed understanding that alternative approaches to trade policy matter, that the evolution of trade terms is not something that's predetermined or preordained, and that good ideas can surface with proper dialogue and a government that's willing to listen. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to any questions you might have.
Thank you, sir, and you're right on time. You must have practiced this one.
My notes down.
Right to the second.
As is.
Good presentations. So we're going to have dialogue with the MPs now, and we're going to do the same system we had the last round, and we're going to start off with the Conservatives for 5 minutes. Mr. Hoback, you got the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, witnesses, for being here today. Chief Bellegarde, I'm going to start off with you. You talked about you'd like to see an amendment or a motion put forward as we go through this. Let's flush that out a little bit and what you're looking for in that amendment and how it would act. And you say you don't want to reopen, and I think we all agree with that, but how does this amendment actually impact the implications?
Thank you for the question. And just regarding the whole legislative process and getting bills passed, there's always an amendment process to the bill. Yep, so C-100, specifically looking for a non-derogation clause in there, that nothing in this agreement will impact in a negative way existing Aboriginal treaty rights recognized in Canada's Constitution, Section 35. Simple. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of precedence to that. Mm-hmm. And even though there's a general exception clause within the agreement, which is good, it's just clearer when it comes to implementation.
Okay. So then basically what it does is just enshrines traditional rights.
Correct. On the implementation piece. Okay. Because you have the international trade piece, that's fine. But each nation state's going to have to look at legislation for implementation. Yeah. And so Canada's mechanism for that is C-100. So we're saying within C-100, put the non-derogation clause in.
Okay, so that's something that we could do in committee or could do it in the House itself.
We can recommend that. Yeah. And we'd ask the appropriate process to be utilized, that be followed up on.
Okay, appreciate that. You also talked about economic activity, and I agree with you. I think we need to look at the trade missions, the whole. We have this issue in Canada. I'll take a step back, where we do an agreement, and then we go to the rest back to Canada and say, okay, agreement's done, and nothing happens. Mm-hmm. And, Gretchen did the Team Canada missions once in a while, and I think they worked fairly well. I'm not sure if that's the right approach or not, but how do we ensure that the First Nations get a chance to participate in this? What are the things that we could do proactively to lay the groundwork to make sure that happens?
Good question. Couple of things. I think the premiers have to be totally involved in this as well.
Yeah.
Because again, the premiers and relationships with First Nations people in their respective provinces and territories, there has to be a really respectful relationship and a tight, close working relationship. So again, I just use BC as an example, softwood lumber issue. First Nations in the northern part of BC are involved in forestry as well. They should not be excluded. They should be part of Team BC, if you will, in one case, right? And same thing in Saskatchewan with potash in the south or uranium in the north. Team Saskatchewan, so there should be a close relationship there. And I think speaking with the provinces, even though we're talking about CUSMA, Canada, United States, Mexico agreement, there's got to be a better agreement within Canada to make Canada work more effectively on an economic sense and look at interprovincial trade barriers to remove. So that's a whole separate dialogue. And I would also ask and seek full Indigenous people's participation when those things happen. But on the international front, no question. Working with the premiers and the provinces to be part of any international trade. And I think the federal minister in charge should also facilitate that for inclusion as well from the federal government side.
Okay. And then how do we identify the appropriate people in, like you said, softwood lumber, northern BC? How does the government find the appropriate people to tap in the First Nations?
Even just working with the Assembly of First Nations through our Chiefs Committee on Economic Development, we have reps from every province and territory. So we have the appropriate mechanisms that can help facilitate that. There are other existing Aboriginal institutions, economic development institutions in Canada as well. But for us, from the First Nation side, we've got a structure in place. We have a Chiefs Committee on Economic Development, and I would say that's one avenue to start tapping into.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chief. Mr. Maswell on the beef side and Mr. Lowe, I agree with you. It looks like it's good, but I just want to flesh out a little bit about the regulatory side, the harmonization side of medications, treatments, stuff like that. Do you see this actually being improved under this agreement? Did we make some headway there to get some harmonization in some of those areas?
Not so much on the veterinary products that are used. Although over the last 10 years that scenario has improved. We have seen Health Canada and FDA working more closely together to try and have that harmonization. So with respect to the agreement itself per se, I wouldn't say that has changed, but we have seen that happen. Some of the things that we're looking for is, we already know that our meat inspection system in Canada and the U.S. are deemed equivalent. We recognize theirs as equivalent to ours and vice versa. And when we ship a load of beef from, let's say, from High River, Alberta into the United States, it's been inspected under that system that's deemed equivalent to the U.S. But when it gets to the border, it may or may not have to go to something called an I-house or an inspection house where it gets re-inspected again. That's an inefficient step. We don't think it's entirely best for food safety to open trucks at the border.
Is it just a random audit, or is it?
It can be random. Okay. It can be random. All trucks are subject to that possibility.
Okay. One other area I wanted to ask you about, and I asked the auto manufacturers the same thing. With our trade agreements that we have with TPP and CETA and places like that, maybe not so much CETA for the beef sector, but TPP, do you see a change in the flow, historical change in the flow of, it used to be calves born in Canada, maybe background in Canada, finished off in the U.S.? Do you see now that we have market access coming out of Canada that might reverse, and you see more of the finishing done in Canada and well as more of the packing and distribution out of Canada?
Yeah, I think we are starting to see it this year. It's sort of early with the TPP, but if I look at some of the numbers, our exports to Japan up to April are up 87% in value. And where are we getting that beef from? Instead of shipping as many live cattle into the U.S., maybe we're keeping more and adding that value here. And if we need to bring some animals in from the U.S. and add that value here, we're all in favor of that.
Supply to any consumer who wants to purchase it from anywhere.
Now, if we could get the labor to process that would be great too.
Yeah. Thank you very much. We're now going to move over to the Liberals. Mr. Sheehan, 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you very much. Again, thanks to everyone for their presentations. And I guess I'm, this government has consulted broadly. And I was glad to hear from Chief Perry that, the First Nations, for the first time, have been consulted in a meaningful way in a trade deal. That was very, very good to hear. One of the things that I wonder, Chief, I'm from Sault Ste. Marie, the riding thereof, so we have Garden River and Batchewana there. And Sault Ste. Marie in that area has just been a natural area to trade. And I liked your comment about how First Nations have been trading way before, the European settlement came, and Sault Ste. Marie was always a natural place because everyone came to fish for the whitefish and then they would trade. And that continues today. Could you tell me exactly, now you know Batchewana has an industrial park, you know Garden River has movement in their areas. How might the CUSMA, this NAFTA deal, benefit First Nation businesses, in your opinion?
It's a good question, and one of the ways it's going to benefit is through the procurement piece. You know, and that's a big thing. And having not just objectives, but even look specific targets with specific numbers in terms of procurement. That's one way, and that's specifically referenced within the CUSMA as well. There is talk about future economic opportunities down the road. So I think there's still a lot of work to do once this is ratified, and to make sure there's full involvement and inclusion. You know, there's 634 First Nations across Canada, all at different levels, and some are already participating in the international economy. And it's just to build upon that, you know, the examples like that. And we think that Canada is a country rich in resources, and it is. And we want to build the economy, be part of the economy. There's only one economy. It's a national economy, but it's a global economy. And so where do the Indigenous peoples fit into that in terms of demand and supply and demand? We have to fit into that chain somewhere. And I think the full involvement, the inclusion, there's opportunities there that we can build upon that. So I see it as a start, and we have to keep making sure the opportunities are built upon. So there's some things there, especially regarding procurement.
That's very good. Keeping on the consultation theme, I'm going to go to Angelo from Unifor. Between February 2017 and November 30th, 2018, there was 1,245 stakeholder engagements. And again, First Nations, unions, businesses, organizations, et cetera, et cetera. How important was that consultation during that 10th month period, and do you believe that was substantial?
Yeah, I think the lack of consultation for many years has been a real problem. I don't want to speak for the entire, union movement and NGO community, but that's been a long-standing grievance.
So clarify that lack of
the lack of engagement throughout these processes, kind of left on the sides.
Previous governments.
That's right.
Okay,
That's right. And I say up until this moment, I think it's been a pretty consistent. Keeping us out of the loop, CETA, TPP, the Korea deal, and right down the line. So this was a welcome change. The fact that unions and NGO stakeholders were brought into the fold, had stakeholder engagement sessions like others were used to having. Our union obviously was an active stakeholder. We attended all the different rounds of negotiations. One thing I will say, and I will commend the civil service, the folks who are working on these, the negotiators who have been doing this for a very long time, but a really open door with us, where we would have a question, we would put in a call, we'd get a quick answer, and this was very informative, I would say. It really forced us to hone our positioning down, and it gave us an insight into how these processes work. And I think through that, we become much more useful stakeholders through the process. So, I think no process is ever perfect. I look around the world, I see, other situations, including in the U.S., where union stakeholders have extraordinary access to assessing the text. And I think we still can learn from different processes. We have a long way to go, but I think this experience has been quite fruitful, and hopefully it was vice versa with more union involvement.
So just specifically, can you speak to the importance of the provisions in the rule of origin that emphasized high-wage labor?
Sure. How much time do we have left?
Yeah.
You asked your overtime, so we'll give you about 30 seconds just to.
As I said, I'll try to keep it short. But as I said, it's a very unique proposal. It's a proposal that very much understood as an enhancement on labor rights, but has to be understood within a package of changes that were made. This very much we view as a fail-safe to try and set a benchmark where the tendency was to simply relocate production to the lowest possible production cost areas of the continent, and having a buffer like this. And again, there's a lot of question marks around how these regulations and uniform regulations regulations are going to be worked out, but it's something we've not seen before, and hopefully can provide us a bit added security to make sure that production does stay in Canada. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Carroll.
Thank you, Chair.
We're going to move over to Ms. Ramsey for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you so much, and thank you to another very diverse panel on this massive agreement and the importance of it. I'd like to go to Mr. DeCaro, and you know, it's been interesting to me to watch, obviously as a former uniform member, to see you know, the government attempt to paint everyone in labor with one brush and say that they fully support this deal. And I think what you brought today was a balance and some of the concerns that labor has with portions of this deal. And one of those things that I'd like to be able to have you weigh in on a little bit further, you alluded to in your remarks. For all of the efforts, and I do thank labor for the efforts that were put forward to see some movement in labor, certainly. But for all of these efforts, it's a bit of a best guess as to whether or not, in practical terms, this will play out in a way that benefits working people. And I say that because I know that the enforcement is very much up in the air, whether or not there will be any ability to enforce any of the labor provisions that have been sought. And I wonder if you'll comment on that, on the precariousness perhaps of that, and the risk of it when we've seen so many jobs lost under the previous NAFTA. And then secondly, if you can comment a bit on the efforts in the U.S. by the Congress, if there's any attempt to improve labor provisions, the ones that you weren't able to achieve when you were at the table, does Unifor believe that we should be a partner in that, in trying to achieve even further than what we were able to in the original negotiation?
Okay, thanks for the questions. I'll take the first one, which I think is a shorter one, and I will say, yeah, the last time I read through the text, there was no provision that said, you know, we will not see one job lost or any more outsourcing allowed in any of our things. So there's always going to be precariousness in an era of free and sort of unfettered bilateral trade. That will certainly continue, and it's something to reflect on and understand. The piece, though, about the labor provisions, you know, I think when you say best guess, I think that's a good way to put it. You know, there's a lot of disparity across the continent about labor standards, and it is not the driving force behind where firms, particularly manufacturing firms, choose to locate production, but it is a factor. And we have a situation where in the United States, there are various states that essentially prevent the functioning of unions through various measures. And in Mexico, it is quite stark that they have a system that is essentially upside down from our own system. And so far as we engage in free trade with nations and jurisdictions like that, we are always going to be pressured to see our wages drop to those standards. And it's usually, you know, the carrot and stick. You know, you want to keep your production, you want to keep these facilities operating. We're going to have to balance out the competitiveness, and that competitive imbalance has really hurt us. The changes that have been made in Mexico, I think that's the biggest concern we had. They are significant. And so I don't think anybody diminishes that. The language of the USMCA, the CUSMA text, was very strong. And our independent Mexican allies, the independent unions we work with down there, are actually quite encouraged by what this could mean when they pass this Senate bill. But they also are very skeptical. And for the reasons I think that the Democrats in Congress are trying to correct, which is that they've seen generations of this, promises broken, reforms to a system that's very deeply entrenched, and whether that will actually yield free and fair collective bargaining, free escalation of wage rates through arbitrations, dismantling of a very let's say, imbalanced conciliation system they have on their books. And so they want to make sure there is ironclad enforcement. There are loopholes in Chapter 31, and that's what the Democrats are pointing to. And so having different mechanisms to get at that through proactive enforcement, that's something Unifor would support full stop if we were able to do that.
Just very quickly, there were gender obligations in the original text that disappeared in the scrub. Can you comment on that?
Yes, that was supremely disappointing. It sounded like it was driven by some U.S. political considerations, some what were firm commitments to to ensure protections against gender discrimination in the workplace effectively were watered down with new language in the 11th hour that rendered the whole clause meaningless. Of the clauses we were encouraged by, that was one of them, certainly, but that has completely gone south, and I think a black mark on this deal, for certain.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Ramsey. We're going to now to round up the first round. Mr. Fonseca, 5 minutes.
Very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank all of our witnesses that are here with us today. And it's great. We've heard a lot about labor and what this new CUSMA would do for labor. I actually want to read into the record just what so your boss Jerry Dias had to say, Mr. DeCaro. This framework delivers significant improvements in auto. Unifor called for increased rules of origin, higher wage thresholds in Mexico to rebalance the auto manufacturing and stem the exodus of good-paying jobs from Canada. So we're pleased to see those issues addressed. The auto industry should be absolutely thrilled, is what Jerry Dias had to say from Unifor. And I have a number of quotes here from many different labor organizations. So in terms of this new CUSMA, I want to ask, in leveling the playing field, that's what we've all been working towards in terms of creating the right new NAFTA. It would be leveling the playing field. Ensuring that Canada's in a competitive position, because we know we've got the people, we know we've got the resources. It's just a matter of leveling that playing field to be able to take full advantage of a new NAFTA. Do you believe that this is the agreement that we're bringing forward?
I think that what we've done in this agreement has transformed the expectation of how more strict supply chain regulations ought to work that aim to benefit workers. And I think all in the spirit of leveling the playing field. I think that what needs to be seen is how this works in practice. And I say that because we are in the midst right now of seeing a very comprehensive set of uniform regulations for that Rules of Origin chapter being developed. I think the Rules of Origin chapter do things that, again, no other trade agreement has done, and it's very important changes that had to be made. It is supremely important. But these uniform regulations are going to spell out the fine details. And so we're going to watch that process unfold very carefully. There's issues around, for instance, the $16 threshold that was introduced, where in the text of the agreement, if you read it, it does refer to this as a minimum $16. When you read the footnotes of that chapter, you see that it's actually an average facility $16. That changes the dynamic. And then further in the uniform regulations, we're going to find out how you're going to calculate that $16. And so why I think on the top level, I think our auto membership were surprised and very pleasantly surprised that we would make such a change in how these rules work. But people are also waiting to see all of the T's crossed and the I's dotted on how this is going to work in practice. So are we getting there? Absolutely. But there's a lot of things that still have to be sorted out. So that's what I'll say to that.
And that's what we heard from the Canadian auto parts manufacturers and others that have presented here before you, and talk about there's this potential opportunity for investment now that we've brought more the certainty to the market, the access, of course, to the North American market. And I'm going to kick that over now to John and Bob. So that certainty and that access and making sure that we do no harm with the new NAFTA. Can you say what kind of potential there is now in terms of increasing with investments through your stakeholders, your members?
Sure. I guess the word we're looking for is we know it's there. If this gets ratified by all three countries before the fall CAF run, as an industry, we know that it's there. We know we can count on it. We know we have the U.S. for a market. I said in here somewhere, and this is trade all over the world, but it had in excess of $600 a carcass, or an animal. If you consider that long term, the feeding industry in Canada, it's long term cash to cash, it's an $18 a head profit. $600 is a pretty big number.
Chief Bellegarde, how do you see the impact of this CUSMA on reconciliation?
Form of economic reconciliation. when you look at it in the bigger scheme of things. With there's going to be a lot of opportunities on the procurement side, but as well there's references to textiles. There's internation trade between the tribes and the USA and Canada tribes. So it's you can look upon this as economic reconciliation on an international level, and that's how we can look at it. It's by far the most progressive trade agreement in Canada. It's not perfect. We say perfection is the enemy of good, and but it's a start. We got to keep building upon that.
We're going to start our second round. Ms. Ludwig, 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, witnesses. When I was young, my grandfather was a cattle farmer in southern Ontario and owned 5 farms. If we looked at where we're at today and you were telling him what the future could look like, how would you have told him to prepare for the future?
You know, we'd really like to get more cattle on the ground. I think that's the main thing holding us back. We have great access now with CPTPP, with the CETA, with the U.S. The biggest complaint we get around the world about Canadian beef is why isn't there more of it? Like I say, competition for land is a big deal, particularly in southern Ontario. You know, that's it's becoming more and more suburban in what some of those traditional farming areas. Maybe your grandfather's farms is now a neighborhood. I don't know. Maybe it's
I think some of them are quarries.
Yeah. So anyway, there's every farmer has got to look at the piece of ground that they're on. What is the maximum value of that land? Is it in agriculture? Is it outside of agriculture? What sector is it? And cattle are moving. And to be a cow-calf producer, to produce those calves takes a lot of land. So we're seeing it's hard to do that in Ontario these days. Maybe move a bit farther north, maybe out west. Maybe we need to move those cattle a little bit more, and we need some policies to encourage that.
So just thank you for that. In terms of access to land, so I represent New Brunswick Southwest. And over the last 4 years, in terms of lobbyists and advocates in my office, certainly the Atlantic group of cattlemen have been in, and they would like access to the Crown land in terms of some areas for expansion. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, maritime beef production is fairly small compared to the rest of Canada. We have about 40,000 mother cows, beef cows, in the maritime region, and they have a maritime beef strategy to get that number to 60,000. So on a percentage, 50% increase is huge, and access to those grazing lands is part of it. They have a lot of it. Part of it is training for the producers and education. Part of it is just about financing, the ability to be able to hold more cattle. So we have a very extensive strategy for the maritime region that we just need to get somebody to say, let's do it.
Okay. And just on that, in terms of expanding, let's say, the maritime cattle reach, but also even looking at Ontario or even in the West, one of the comments that you made was access to labor. And I think about when I was young, my mother came from a family of 9, my father came from a family of 14. There was labor. Whether they wanted to work, they were working.
They would, yeah.
So I'm wondering how when you looked forward at expanding the industry, getting more cattle on the ground, the access to labor in Canada, but also with Mr. DeCaro in terms of international labor, how are we going to grow our labor force to encourage those small farms to continue?
Yeah. Well, you're right. There's not as many farm kids as there used to be, and maybe out of 7 or 8, one of them wanted to stay on the farm and the others wanted to get off. So now there's fewer of them, and they know it's hard work. So we're in a situation now in Canada, there is at least 50,000 shortage of people working in agriculture. And I'm not talking about just seasonal workers who come in at harvest. I'm talking full-time year-round jobs. Some of that's in primary agriculture, some of it's in the processing facilities. You go to any beef packing plant across the country, and they're chronically short, at least 100 or more workers. They've got shortages. And one example, particularly in the facility in Guelph, Ontario, we have long time wanted to get them to go from 1 shift to 2 shifts. And now with those changes in the trade flows of the cattle that we were talking about, there's not enough capacity to handle all of the cattle in 1 shift, but there's not enough cattle for 2 shifts. They could get to enough cattle for 2 shifts by bringing in for the U.S., but then they run into the labor problem, that they just don't have enough people to do it. And those are good union jobs. They pay well more than minimum wage, but it's hard work, and people don't want to take those jobs. Not enough people want to take those jobs.
Is there any opportunity, Mr. Maswell, for innovation in terms of not to take away positions, but is there any opportunity for maybe even higher end positions on the automation side with a shortage of labor?
I think very much, both on farm and in processing, and I think guys like Bob that operate facilities, they're constantly trying to innovate. I've been to Bob's place. I've been to a lot of producers' place. They're just doing things differently. The machinery that's available, that can do things where one person with modern hydraulics can do things that, back a decade.
And is most of that machinery imported or made in Canada?
Quick answer.
No, a lot of it's developed here.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Madam Ludwig, and thank you, Mr. Allison, for taking the chair. And we're going to go over to Conservatives now. Mr. Carey for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the witnesses for being here. It's kind of a very compressed opportunity that we have to question witnesses, so we really appreciate you coming at such short notice. I've said it in earlier panels that on my consultation, I've heard from many stakeholders that say, listen, I can handle good policy, I can handle bad policy, but I can't handle uncertainty. And I think we've gotten positive feedback that, overall, it's not a perfect agreement, but it needs to move forward. And I was wondering, particularly with the auto sector, Mr. DeCaro, is Unifor supportive? Are you supportive of this agreement moving forward?
There's, I think, on the whole, there's a lot of support for the various terms of this agreement that relate to our membership. Again, as I said, that there's a lot of pieces here that have to be sorted out, and we still pay very close attention to how these things are developing. That includes, as I mentioned, the uniform regulation pieces, but also understanding that there's a dialogue right now taking place in the U.S., which I also believe, whether it's our Mexican counterparts, as well as the federal government, are also looking at this very carefully to seeing how this is going to evolve. So I think there is support to a large extent, but with a few caveats about we don't have the full package right yet in front of us.
So we can say that Unifor is supportive of it?
Well,
the agreement, pretty clear. And what about you guys also represent the forestry industry? And one of the things that we were disappointed with, like the steel and aluminum tariffs, fabricated steel, there's still challenges with that. We got this Buy American clause, but also the softwood lumber issues. Are you hopeful that perhaps with this agreement that maybe we can move some of these other issues through as well for your members?
Yeah, so the steel and aluminum piece was quite concerning, and we're also quite relieved that this got resolved. We do represent a number of steel workers, but largely workers in the aluminum sector. And so this was not having on our members an immediate effect, that 10% tariff, but certainly having a greater effect on the downstream aluminum suppliers. And so there was a general sense that if this was to sustain itself, there could be questions down the line. So certainly it's good to see that this has ended. On the softwood lumber, I mean, that's a separate trade dispute, right? Like this is a very different framework for a trade dispute that the U.S. has initiated.
Have we lost our leverage, though? Because, let's say Unifor is supportive of this agreement, but do we lose our...
Right. No, I get the question. I guess I'm kind of taking a roundabout way to get to the answer. Yeah. But I think there's two separate ways of approaching it, and I think they merit different approaches. We want that softwood lumber trade dispute to end. And the good thing about the new CUSMA is that where we were under the impression that the former Chapter 19, that special dispute settlement mechanism specifically for anti-dumping and countervailing duties, was going to be removed on demand of the U.S., that this was something that was salvaged, which gives us an ongoing tool to keep this fight on, including with the WTO. These are not short-term disputes, as we've seen 4 times in the past now. So we hold out hope, but still eagerly awaiting this thing to finalize.
And Chief Bellegarde, you mentioned something about government procurement, which you think is the number one thing that we should be looking at. And I agree. I think this is really important. Canada, we lost our Buy American exemption. And I think January was Mr. Trump did make an executive order in that regard. And with government procurement, I guess it would be really important that Canada maintains access to the American market, which is 10 times larger than our market. How would you see this government procurement work with First Nations, especially with the mandatory part of it that you brought up?
It'll have to be a short answer.
Short. To work with the
Big question.
appropriate minister and appropriate department in terms of a policy change inside. That's the short answer. Work with the appropriate minister, appropriate government department, and work towards a policy that reflects that set aside. That's it.
Maybe we can talk later a bit about that.
We can
Thank
talk
you.
later.
Mr. Kerry, we're going to move over to Liberals. Mr. Dhaliwal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You guys get along over. You got to figure it out.
30 seconds more. The time he wasted.
You're splitting time. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, first of all, I would like to give a vote of thanks to the committee sports staff for this long 5-hour meeting. And I would also like to request that they should have an access to coffee, refreshments, and the food as well.
And so when it's done,
thank you.
So the sooner you're done, Mr. Dhaliwal, the sooner we can all eat. Go ahead. You have the floor.
Being landed in Calgary, 1984, went to University of Calgary, moved to British Columbia. Western Canada is where my heart always been. And my question to you, Bob and John, you mentioned $500 and $600. Can you tell me, the amount of wealth that will bring this to Western Canada in terms of not per head, but total amount?
You want to do the math?
No.
Industry or the whole agriculture?
The beef and the agriculture, the whole industry.
Yeah, well, I think to put it in perspective, just to make round numbers, $600 a head, we need to market approximately 4 million head of cattle per year. So whatever that works out to, let's say about $2.4 billion additional value from having exports. It's not theoretical for us. We know what happens when the U.S. border closes, as it did in 2003. The price of cattle went from about $1.15 a pound before BSE was discovered to within a week or two being 25 cents a pound. So that's a massive loss. And if Bob is let's say he's got a load of cattle he's got to sell, 40 animals in a truck, and he phones the buyers in High River, Alberta. What are you paying? He phones the buyers in Pasco, Washington, at that facility. What are they paying? And he'll find that the buyers in High River know what the ones in Washington are going to pay, and they're going to match it. They're going to be aggressive. So if he doesn't have that option to sell to Washington, that's when he knows that he's going to get at least $500 a head less for those animals. That's $20,000 on a truckload of cattle, and it's not theoretical. We know that is the case.
Okay, thank you. And to Chief Bellegarde, First Nations in British Columbia, and generally with this new agreement, would they benefit from this new agreement, and are they generally happy with the way it's gone?
Again, we've got we have 634 First Nations. You're not going to get 634 chiefs unanimous on any issue.
No,
all I'm going to say that this is by far the most progressive agreement to date, and we're gonna build upon it. So most First Nations would say, yeah, it's movement. Is it ideal? Of course not, but it's a start, and we're going to keep building upon that. And this is the first time we've ever had an Indigenous person's voice around and a kind of an advisory table. So again, to Minister Freeland and her team, kudos for that. We have to build upon, because we feel excluded in a lot of fronts, and it's time and time again I hear from chiefs that all these trucks and trucks of lumber going out of our territory, but nothing coming back to the First Nations community in terms of employment or revenue share or anything. And so we're saying that's got to stop. And once you start getting First Nations people out of poverty, it builds a better country. And so getting involved in the economy is what we've got to start working on. And even in terms of, you have an aging workforce in Canada, you have a skilled labor shortage. So we've got to start focusing on the fastest growing segment of Canada's population, which is young First Nations men and women. Get them educated, get our people trained, and get our people working.
You got 1 minute
Two,
left.
1 minute.
Yep.
To Daikaro, you have Unifor workers in British Columbia as well. Could you tell me how the new agreement will overcome some of the challenges and enhance opportunities when it comes to British Columbia?
Yeah. So we have a wide-ranging membership. I know we focus a lot on auto. It's very important sector of the economy. We talked a little bit about BC and softwood lumber. This is going to be a big issue, and seeing this dispute through and hopefully a satisfactory resolution would be of huge benefit. And again, the ability through this retention of Chapter 19, whatever it's called in the new agreement, is very important for us to do that. But one thing I will say about the media sector, we also have a number of workers in local television in BC, and the ability for us to both fight off some very aggressive demands of the U.S. broadcasting industry for a greater market access to the Canadian cultural market, but also to retain that cultural policy exemption for the reasons that was already mentioned, and maintaining Canadian content quotas and so forth. That is critical for us to continue supporting our local news industry, which is where we have a significant stake in that game, in the face of ongoing challenges, largely from U.S. Online broadcasters. So I think on those two examples, that for our members in BC, they are paying close attention to those things.
Thank you, Mr. Dhaliwal. And we're going to move over to Conservatives. Mr. Allison, you got the floor, 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I guess my question, Mr. Burger, I'll start with you just quickly in terms of. So we get the fact that in terms of certainty, this is important. We also have the issue with what's going on in the States with the Democrats and stuff. Just your take on that in terms of, I know we want to show like we're there. The challenge is that they're not there, and so how do you see this moving forward as we try and ratify, but not try to get too far ahead? Based on your understanding and what your connections in the U.S. and what you've heard from the Democrats south of the border.
I think we have to demonstrate that we're committed as a country to getting this passed and ratified, no question. But you got to be mindful of the movement and in terms of enforcement are passing in both Mexico and USA, and it's got to be done cooperatively. We have to watch. You can't get too far ahead. You don't want to. I know there's been, like, in terms of the requests by the Democrats to reopen, like, we can support some of the requests, yeah, but if you start opening it up, it really becomes precarious. And so I would caution that. And moving, but not too fast. It's got to be done in a cooperative manner, just to watch. It can't get too far ahead, so it's a tricky implementation process here, I guess, on an international front. And if we really want to breathe life into this agreement, remember, all three countries have to ratify it. And if one's missing, it doesn't mean anything. And it's too important to our economy to create that flow of jobs and economic development and economic growth, to play silly games with this. This is too important. So we have to be very careful. It's got to be very strategic.
Thanks. John, Bob, just a question. You guys talked about value add, and I think one of the things that we've talked about here at committee is the whole issue of around competitiveness. And how do we do that? I love the fact that you guys are finishing more product, send to the States or wherever the case may. Talk to us about some of the things that you guys are working on, just so that you guys can do more of that, value add piece, which I think is key for everything we do. It's one thing that we send our wood and our oil and all that stuff south, or we export it. I'm a big believer that we should do more of that here in Canada, whatever that is. So just talk to us about the success of what you guys have been able to do and how you've been able to do that, and what the challenges may still be. So,
okay, well, as far as the value add, I mean, as John said a while ago, our biggest question from other countries is how come we don't produce more beef? Well, we want to produce more beef, and we've got the ability and the land and to produce more beef. What we don't have is the labor, for one thing, and another thing, we need to have government supportive of that. For one thing that's just come down, it's got nothing to do with foreign trade really, is the new transport regs. Basically shuts off the flow of cattle from Western Canada to Eastern Canada, which is going to drop the calf price in Western Canada substantially. It's got the effect of really hurting the feeding industry in Eastern Canada. Like it could be a really bad thing in the end. So I guess you said the things against it. We need regulations in place to help us do what we know we can do and what the world wants us to do, actually.
Yeah, so you're saying that you guys are ready to go. It's a question of labor, and it's obviously a question of regs, et cetera. So, I mean, you would support that some type of, how should I say, lower skilled entry to Canada with a pathway to citizenship or permanent residency, or a temporary foreign workers program that was a more focused towards your particular sector. Obviously, we have temporary foreign worker programs in certain sectors, and agriculture is one of them. But talk to us about the labor piece. So what do you see as being the way to help you with the labor piece?
Not actually low-skilled labor, but agriculturally skilled labor. The example that I can use is one of the two major plants in Canada. They're both pretty close to my operation. One of them, they would like, what do they call it, commercial butchers. They can't get commercial butchers. They aren't worried about the really low-skilled labor because they can get lots of them in Canadians. But for every one commercial butcher that we can't, that plant can't bring in, that costs 7 jobs for Canadians that are already here. And there's people want to come here and they want to be good Canadians. They want to pay taxes. That just it's so bureaucratic to get here, and there's very good reasons, but maybe not as. I mean, it's costing a lot in agriculture.
Sure. Thanks. And that the clarity was around the more skilled. That's where I was going. So thanks for clarifying that. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Allison, and thanks for those comments. You're right. There's one thing, we got to work hard for good agreements for Canadians, but it's the backfilling that helps the industry fulfill them or capitalize them is important. And so we're going to the NDP now. Ms. Ramsey, 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. My questions are to Chief Bellegarde, and I take your point that this was the most inclusive deal to date, but certainly we'd like to see a true nation-to-nation. We'd like to see Indigenous peoples at the table as a full partner in the negotiations. And one of the things that you previously brought up, well, first of all, I want to say thank you for your push on those important pieces of legislation, including Bill 262, Romeo Saganash's bill. Mm-hmm. It's very important that this bill is passed. But when you were here previously on the TPP in June of 2016, you brought the issue of a development of a human rights impact assessment for all trade agreements. You talked about the recommendation from Olivier de Schutter, the UN Special Rapporteur, using the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People as a basis for assessing the impact of all trade agreements. So I wonder if you can speak to, whether that was a consideration in this agreement or if there was any movement made in this agreement towards that important step. And then secondly, I look at your document here, and the first item of Article 19, states that Indigenous peoples must have free, informed, and prior consent. So I'm wondering if that's been obtained around this agreement, and if not, then were there conversations towards how that would be implemented in further trade agreements?
Well, how much time do we have, Chair?
Just go.
3 more days.
Yeah. No, it's one of the things that we're looking for is that, and it's going beyond the duty to consult and accommodate and working towards free, prior, informed consent. It creates economic certainty, and there's been such a dialogue and discussion debate in this country regarding the UN Declaration. And I spin it around and say it creates economic certainty. It creates economic certainty in every province and territory once it's passed. Governments and industry will know what the rules in terms of reference are. That's what it is. You have to know what the rules are. And as Indigenous peoples, we're not stakeholders. We're Indigenous peoples with rights and title. And that has to be respected. And so that's what this speaks to. So when we talk about a human rights impact assessment, it's having impacts on all that. Because when we started talking about CUSMA, and there's 4 chapters, one on labor, environment, gender, and Indigenous people are saying, what's that got to do with business? Well, it's got a lot to do with business when you want to create the right environment for investments and economic certainty. So it's very important. So those are some quick comments within my time. I know the chair has given me the eye that we have to get that passed. and in terms of economic certainty on Bill C-262. It does create that economic certainty, and that's what we all got to push for. Sorry.
Ms. Ramsey, you got another half a minute, but you want to give it to Mr. Peterson?
No, well, it's going to be gone by the time I say another sentence.
All right, now.
Actually, just take a half.
Okay, we're going to wrap up. Mr. Peterson, you got the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et bienvenue au chef Bellegarde et à tous.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and welcome to Chief Bellegarde. I have a question for Ms. Drouin. Could you explain the importance of the cultural industry for the Canadian economy and say just how important this cultural exemption is? If we had 3 days, I'd be very pleased to talk to you about this to great length. But listen, first of all, I would like to say one thing that's important. This exemption.
Because we asked for an exemption and we did get it. So that's the end of it. But at the same time, it was not a given. They had to fight. And we had to fight to get it because we're getting a lot of pressure from the other markets, mostly from the United States, to gain more access to our culture, to our not our culture. They don't want access to our culture. They want access to our market to give access to their culture. So it's always a fight. And what we've heard from the government is it's not the same. The first time they negotiate with a partner, they always keep the exemption, the cultural exemption, at the end of the process. And we always feared that we would be a trade-off at the end of the process. So we're very pleased that they stick to their guns and that we have that exemption or order now, cultural exemption, because the cultural exemption, the cultural milieu is very successful in Canada. We have a moving industry, we have a music industry, and we have literature and so on. So there's a lot of jobs, created in the music industry. And I guess if I will quote correctly the Conference Board of Canada, I guess it's at least 3% of the le PIB of our country. So it's important in terms of job and also in terms of other things of what it represents. And if we leave the sector to the market rules, we won't gain access to any other market because we're not a dominant market in terms of culture. So thank you for asking me this question. And I guess what I will add, because I'm sure I won't have another question, is that it is real. The culture is of national interest, and there's a lot. What is coming, in the next government, you will be discussing a lot of very important laws, a revision of the Copyright Act, the revision of the Broadcasting Act, the revision of the Telecommunication Act, but it all relates to culture. It's business, but it all relates to culture. So in your next government, please pay attention to it and participate in it, and we will be pleased to be in front of you to discuss it in more larger details.
Perfect.
Thank you.
How much time, Mr. Chair? I got time for one more quick.
Yeah, a couple more minutes there, Mr.
Okay,
Peterson.
Chief Bellegarde, again, thank you for being here. I'm also on the Government Operations Committee, and we did a study on the procurement system and specifically looked at the capacity and the capability of and the opportunities for Indigenous businesses to partake in the RFP and the procurement process in Canada. The report, I think, hasn't been tabled yet, or it might have been tabled this week. I'm not following. But suffice it to say, there's much more work that needs to be done on the government side to make sure that we can capitalize on that opportunity. Do you see this trade deal as a way of working in conjunction with the tapping into those Indigenous businesses that were able to tap into that capacity, because we met with a slew of them, very talented people that just want to be able to participate in the process. Is this a way of helping push that along?
Yes, it is. Short answer, yes. Build upon that, because when you start talking about where's the inventory of businesses that can compete and bid on these contracts, Where's the capacity? Do they have the capacity to make sure that they deliver a good quality product and or service in whatever industry or sector you're talking about? So procurement is key, but you also need an inventory of where are those businesses so that you can tap into, so they know where to look. So it's an opportunity to build upon that. We've got some chiefs that supply tobacco to Mexico, to the jails down there. We've got some chiefs that are looking at developing potash mines to supply potash to India. So they're starting. We just got to keep building. It's a world economy, and so we've got to get our foot and keep progressing into that door. So that's how I see it. So this is a start, no question. We just got to keep building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
Welcome, Mr. Chair. Thank you, everyone.
And that wraps up our meeting, and that wraps up the dialogue we have. And thank you very much, witnesses, for coming. This has been a very productive, a long, big day for us as a committee, one of our longest meetings. But we were, for the witnesses to come on a short notice and be here, we had such a variety of sectors and parts of the country represented here today. And I thank my colleagues. I don't know if we're going to see each other again for all the hard work you've done over the last few years. And your staff, all your staff to come and have to make sure you're prepared. And clerk, analysts, and everyone else that keeps us all going on the hill here. Thank you very much. So that ends the meeting, and have a good evening.